Dr. Manu Chandaria, the patron, Global Peace Foundation, Kenya, fellow participants and fellow panelists, all participants from across the globe, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and pleasure for you to have heeded to our invitation to join us in this conference. When people like yourselves who have passion for peace create time to think and deliberate about a peaceful world, one gathers a lot of hope for the future. And that is what we feel about this conference. Needless to emphasize it, because others have already done so, we are facing unprecedented moments with a global pandemic that does not only have health and economic implications, but has also socially affected every aspect of our lives. Although it has imposed several challenges on us, this tough time has also given us room to return to the very essence of humanity. It has made us acknowledge the significance of our individual actions to global sustainability. What we must do for sure is to turn COVID-19 challenges into peace opportunities. Turn COVID-19 challenges into peace opportunities. Therefore, we should explore concrete and actionable ideas on how we can emerge stronger and more resilient. Indeed, this virtual conference is one such creative solution that is reaching many across the time zones. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya, like many African countries, is a multi-ethnic society. Our founding fathers fought for liberation of our countries and rallied us to value one another through the philosophy of Pan-Africanism and Ubuntu, or Utu in Kiswahili. Nevertheless, conflicts have fractured our societies along ethnic lines. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission was established in 2008 to address this by promoting equality of opportunities. And that's one of the most important mandates that we have. We also have to promote peaceful coexistence and harmony among Kenyans. While I acknowledge that conflict is part of human life, I encourage us to respond to it constructively. That is why this conference provides a platform to generate ways of enhancing peace and social cohesion in the socio-economic and educational sectors. Dear friends, the pandemic has had a disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable of our society, including the poor, women, street families, and the people living with disabilities, to name but only a few. Indeed, COVID-19 has widened social and economic inequalities, thereby undermining the overall goal of social cohesion and peaceful coexistence. It is the responsibility of government agencies to ensure that these inequalities are breached. NCIC is promoting equal access to public resources and the services by advising government agencies to increase access to development in different areas and access to opportunities.
As COVID-19 to go.
Okay, as COVID-19 cases continue to rise in Kenya, community conflicts are also still going on. Suffice it to say, the ability of our countries to bounce back after the pandemic is hinged on our acknowledgement and the complete exercise of personal responsibility. Therefore, each one of us, regardless of our race, religion, ethnicity, rank, or social status, owe a duty to fellow humans to keep ourselves and our neighbors safe. Finally, brothers and sisters, I wish to take this opportunity to appreciate all of you for taking time to be part of this conference. Heightened solidarity is needed if the world is to defeat the crisis. I therefore appeal to all of us to embrace peace and cohesion at community, national, regional, and even global level. Always remember, peace is the way, not the destination. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Samuel Kobia, and thanks to the NCIC for partnering with us to convene this conference. I'm sure we'll be working together to ensure peace and national cohesion in this country. Next, it is my honor to invite Mr. Orlando Lyomo, who is the CEO of the Standard Group PLC Kenya, who has been also our main partner in organizing this event. Welcome, Mr. Lyomo.
Thank you, Daniel, and your co-moderator. James Flynn, President, Global Peace International, Dr. Manu Chandaria, Patron, Global Peace Foundation, Kenya, my fellow eminent panelists, greetings, and to all those who are participating from around the world. Today's conversation is very interesting, and I think I've liked what I'm hearing so far. And I'd like to just probably summarize my comments from an angle of media, because today as a media partner, I believe we can add more value if I focus on that space. We are talking about sustainable development, and sustainable development basically is that development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the needs of the future generation. When we look at development today, especially in countries that are developing, one of the biggest conversation points is resources. We know that for any country to develop, resources are required. In most of the cases, we've seen that resources tend to be scarce, and when resources are scarce, what you end up with is situations of either conflict or skewed developmental patterns, where you find some regions are more developed than others. Our belief as a media organization is that we have to participate in a way that will ensure that when we are talking about sustainable development, the whole country is a beneficiary. It's interesting to note that today, any organization or any country, where we are or where that organization is or where that country is a cumulative aggregation of all the decisions that have been made in the previous years, in the past, by those who came before. And today we are gathered here and probably are going to contribute into making decisions that will affect the next generation. So it's critical that when we have these conversations, whether in conferences or in government offices or in institutions, in corporate institutions, that the decisions we are making actually do contribute to sustainable development for future generations. As a media organization, we believe that our role can be collapsing, and I'll try and collapse it into three areas that can support sustainable development, and that can support moral and ethical leadership, and that can also support peace. Remember, scarcity of resources has always been the source of wars or conflict or dispute. So peace itself can be an extract of proper development. Now, the first thing we need to focus on as media organizations is to create awareness. a lot of times we've seen that awareness is the lacking ingredient in many solutions. We tend to ignore the role of awareness when coming up with a lot of decision-making points. But I'll try and just indicate that for us to be able, for instance, to achieve peace in a conflict zone, why is awareness critical? Because people need to understand why the problem started. People need to understand the benefits of not being in the situation they are in. People need to understand the benefits of taking a certain path as opposed to the other. Now, if you look at the comments that I can attribute to Mr. Vijayananda Jayawera, who was the UNESCO Director of Communication, he said that communication is a means to sustainable development, but not an end in itself. Awareness can only come through proper communication, and communication is what media organizations do best. So today, even as we discuss issues around peace and development, as we discuss issues around ethical leadership, we can say that communication or creation of awareness becomes a very critical ingredient. The second thing I can say is that when it comes to awareness, we can move away from the political aspects of awareness and look at the developmental part of awareness. There's research across the globe that shows that media has been used to propagate better practices, to push for better development. A study in India was able to actually show that media was successfully used to change behaviors when it came to backyard poultry farming. And this led to change of negative attitudes. Another study in Benin, in Africa, on rice, found that by farmers just watching instructional videos, they were able to actually achieve better yields. That is significant because you're talking about 67% better yields just by people watching instructional videos. Here in Kenya, we've seen situations where radio has been used strongly to push for certain advocacies, and that has led to behavioral changes. So we want to use awareness to make sure that the work being done by government, the work being done by development organizations, the work being done by all partners who come to try and make sure that we have a peaceful coexistence, that we have a developed country, is reaching those who need to hear it so that the message is the same across. And so is the case today. We're in a pandemic situation. We have the COVID-19 ravaging countries across the world. We have people losing jobs. We have people losing their loved ones. However, today, one thing that might be lacking is information that can lead to positive behavioral change. We know that this pandemic will not be beaten purely by government putting in restrictions. The responsibility goes on to the individual citizen. But how do you change the citizens' perspective to the pandemic? It has to be messages that appeal to their behavioral patterns, patterns that can be destructive and that can promote this pandemic. The second one, and I believe this is very common, is of course advocacy. We think that and do believe that for peace to be sustained, for development to be sustained, advocacy is important, because advocacy then leads to right decisions being made. It leads to the proper institutions being put in place. Advocacy leads to the right laws being drafted. And sometimes advocacy can also lead to elimination of negative practices in society.
2 minutes
Finally, I believe that one of the biggest things we have to do is to drive accountability. Today, we can sit as panelists, we can sit as government heads, we can sit as corporate heads. We know that sustainability is not just about government. Corporate world, companies come in, they take resources. How do they deal with the environment? How do they ensure that the environment is a better place? Accountability is key. And I believe that we have to be able to hold all and sundry accountable. If you're a corporate organization that's polluting the environment, you must be held accountable, because that pollution is going to affect sustainable development. If it's a government, we want to hold leaders accountable for the things they promise, for the things they do, for the things they say they want to see. Because once you start holding people accountable, then you can change behavior, then you can influence direction, and possibly you can be able to see things changing for the better. So in my opinion, in terms of achieving sustainable development, in terms of achieving peace, in terms of achieving educational institutions that create innovation, media has a big role to play. Media has to rise up, and media has to ensure that we are not just reporting what is happening, but we are actually participating in providing solutions. And I think that's the big transition that we have to make. We have to stop being the reporters and start participating in this change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Orlando Lyomu, the CEO of the Standard Group PLC, for that really very insightful presentation. And I want to thank you on behalf of the team for your generous contribution. And we would like to partner with the Standard Group, moving forward to be able to create a better world. Next, I'm calling now the only lady in the panel who has enabled us to achieve gender balance, Dr. Esther Mushemi, who is the CEO of Samchi Group Kenya Limited. Welcome, Dr. Mushemi.
Thank you so much. And let me start by acknowledging and appreciating the Global Peace President, Kenyan patron, Dr. Chandaria, Country Director, Daniel Juma, fellow panelists, and those people who are listening and participating in this conference. I come from a background where I am an entrepreneur, and I think a homegrown entrepreneur, knowing that I, like any other Kenyan girl or woman, was brought up in a local village, educated in the local schools, went to the local universities, and today, here I am. And so, I want to represent people, perhaps, who have a background like I have, and to say that there is hope. And there is hope for Africa, there is hope for Kenyan. And the topic we are dealing with today is about peace, and it's about morals. And I strongly do believe that we must start putting the subject of morals at the forefront of whatever we do. Whether it is in economic empowerment, whether it is in the creation of wealth, whether it is in the politics, I think we need to agree and come to a position that we need to evaluate what is the moral position that we are holding in certain matters. Why do I say that? Because morals, you cannot exactly teach morals per se. Having said that, I come from a generation where we did a paper in school that was called Christian Ethics. And as much as we do not practice it A to Z as it is, in our conscience, there is something that tells us that there are certain things that are wrong, because as we were growing up, it was engraved in our minds that certain things are not right. So we grew on that, and today you still remember, even when you attempt to do something against certain morals, there's something that tells you you are not doing it right. When it comes to the economic empowerment, because I do believe if we do not address the economic empowerment of our nations, there is no peace we will ever achieve. Because peace does not necessarily lack because of the guns that we take. That is just a result of what has not happened in the society, and therefore people have picked guns or they have picked stones or whatever is available for them to express some dissatisfaction that is already in the society. And one of the greatest dissatisfaction that could be in the society is the economic part of the society. And for me, I really want to address it from a youth perspective. And why is that important? Because African population, I am told, 70% of the population in Africa, in Kenya, is made up of the youth. That is between 18 and 35. Because of that, whatever we want to do, if we want peace in Africa, if we want peace in Kenya, and I'm being biased now because I come from Kenya, we must pay attention to the young people.
You have 1 minute to go.
And those young people are the youth, and we must know how do we empower them, how do we create wealth around them. As we do that, I do believe we must create wealth from a value-based perspective. In fact, I would love to see where we create wealth based on value. It's not good enough to have a lot of wealth that ignores certain values. For example, the value of honesty and integrity. There's no point of creating wealth that does not have an underlying value of honesty and integrity. What about fairness and equity? As we create our wealth, do we have a value of fairness? And for me, God above all. And why do I say that? Because there is a higher power that controls every human being. And that power we must respect, even as we do what we must do. Therefore, this is what I would conclude and say. Morals and economic empowerment are key and fundamental if we want to achieve peace in our country. I'll also add this: innovation without morals will be dangerous for Africa and the rest of the world. Perhaps we have now been given an opportunity, due to the COVID that we are dealing with, to sit back as people and ask ourselves, what is the best way forward? But I believe we must, and we are being called out as leaders, to chart a new way, morally, economically, the innovation, for us to enjoy the peace that we so much crave for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Innovation without morals is very dangerous for Africa. Very, very clear message coming to you there from Dr. Esther Mushemi from Tamchi Group Limited. Thank you so much. And next, I'm gonna now go to Ambassador Fred Goga, who is the head of Conflict Prevention and Early Warning Division of the Africa Union. Welcome, Ambassador Goga.
Thank you so much. I will try to be brief because I've seen that we're running out of time. So thank you for Global Leadership for inviting me once again. It was a great pleasure for me to join you the last time when we had the meeting in Uganda. The theme of this year is timely as we continue to grapple with a pandemic that has disrupted our world and challenge even the way we look at life. Just yesterday, the Africa CDC announced that Africa has recorded 871,970 cases and 18,475 deaths. So which means that Africa is getting closer to 1 million cases of infected people with the pandemic. What is important? What is it that we value? What deserves our time? All of these are questions that resonates in many people's minds, as we battle an invisible enemy that can strike anywhere, anyone without notice. Allow me to make 3 points. First, in this environment, moral and innovative leadership is particularly needed in education and peace building. Moral, because we need a leadership that is driven by a set of values that put our common humanity first. I insist on our common humanity first because we are seeing, unfortunately, and particularly on our continent, a rise in hate speech and the tendency to dehumanize the other. What is unfortunate is that this rise in hate speech is no longer being pursued by uneducated people. It is unfortunately being pursued by young men and women who have been exposed and educated and who should have freed themselves from the shackle of tribalism that held back their parents a long time ago. The other one is innovative leadership, because all our formulas have been challenged and we need creativity to ensure that our core is not lost in these turbulent times. We also need leadership because moments of uncertainty, we all look for a compass that can guide us. Secondly, we have always believed that the best education starts at dinner tables, the education we give our children, those values that we instill in them that then guide them in a classroom or in life. This pandemic is an opportunity for leaders to utilize creative, constructive means, employing and transformative techniques to deliver better. Online education is becoming the norm, but let us also not forget that internet accessibility is only possible for a small fringe of our societies. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we need our education to produce what we call servant leaders. These servant leaders who will transform self-love into empathy and work to serve their communities and better. Lastly, a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. If anyone needed a reason to stop fighting, this is it. We have currently 35 conflicts ongoing on the African continent, about 26 border disputes. So great is the threat of COVID-19 to life and livelihood that it should dwarf the reason parties in conflict put forward to continue fighting. We are all in this together, whether we are government, whether we are opposition, whether we are civil society, we are all in this together. Let me conclude by saying that we need to seize this moment and come together armed with values that recognizes our humanity and deliver the Africa we want, the Africa we so long for. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador Ngoga, for that presentation. I now move very, very quickly to Archbishop Jackson Ole Sapit to make his presentation. Welcome, Your Grace.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and thank you all for this important discussion and session. I want to begin my presentation by looking at leadership in relation to global peace and development. So I want to tie in the leadership to global peace and development by discussing this key important question on leadership. And I'm basing my presentation on two very recent engagement I had. One is last year. I gathered a few leaders. I hosted them for breakfast, asking this one pertinent question. Are the people we are leading prospering, or are they getting worse off in life? What prompted me to ask this important and critical question is, I have been asking myself, what is leadership about? Why are leaders appointed, elected, or selected? Why are they elected by people to lead them? It is for them to make decisions to prosper the people they have been called to lead. And therefore, when I was looking around, I could see more desperation among people, which the very leaders are leading, including myself in the church. Hope is diminishing. A state of hopelessness is creeping in. And that was before COVID-19. And I know now COVID has made it even more worse because livelihoods have been shattered, businesses, employment, many people have lost employment. And therefore, this question is more even critical today than ever before. Are people we are leading prospering, or are they getting worse off in life? And the answer to that question was not one straight answer. It is a question that every leader should be asking himself or herself, because leadership is about decision making. And therefore, what decisions are we making as leaders? And one thing that has come out of that meeting was the division of the leaders in terms of viewpoint, the lack of vision that rally people behind a vision, the lack and clarity of where are we taking people that we are leading, became very evident that we are not discussing about the future. We are not talking about 10 years to come. We are not talking about 5 years to come. Everybody is talking about now and today and what I can get for myself. And therefore, that became very, very critical that are we leading people somewhere, or we are just wasting their time going round and round. Key things that emerge is that transformation or leading people for better, things that some of the things that actually are impeding that is disharmony, lack of vision, access to resources, which have already been discussed about, distribution of the same resources, and therefore the question of justice, fairness arose. Are we just? Are we fair in access and distribution of resources? And all this went back to the very leadership: who make decision, who gets what, and how they get it. Is it fairly? Is it by just means? That now brought the next question: why do people get into a state of hopelessness and therefore degenerate into disruption of peace? So it is the very access of resources, fairness, justice. And what I want to call us today, for the world to have peace, for nations to have peace, such as Kenya, for regions to have peace, because I'm right in the middle as I speak to you in Narok. We had an area that has a lot of disruption of peace, that is between the border of Narok and Bomet, and it's all a competition of resources. I'll share about that. But the very thing is, are we just, are we fair in distribution of these resources? In the policy making situation where we are making policies, yesterday, the day before yesterday, in our Senate, where resources has to be apportioned to various county governments in Kenya, we saw a lot of acrimony in terms of decision making by those very leaders. How are those resources going to be distributed across the country? Was there fairness? Was there justice? And this now will make people feel, others feel alienated, and others feel entitled. And how do we fight this spirit of entitlement or the spirit of alienation, that people feel we are alienated and others feel we are entitled, because that is a very big source of conflict. That's how we begin to fight each other. We begin to chase each other. And therefore, as I share, I just want to draw attention. We had a peace building, and I thank God because Professor Dr. Kobia, Reverend Kobia was with us, and NCIC. And what came out of the report that the team on the ground between two warring communities in Narok and Bomet was actually the question of land. How do we own this land? How did we access it? How are we? Some are saying we are entitled to it. Some are saying you are not entitled because I bought it with my money. This is all the question of access and distribution of the very resources. And therefore, I want to urge all of us as leaders, are we leading people towards harmony, towards peaceful coexistence? And I think the question to the areas to look at, what decisions are we making as leaders, both religious, national leaders, political leaders, leaders of organizations and companies, in the way we distribute resources to people, in the way we make them access, in the way we create awareness and share the important information that people need, so that we disarm people with this issue of alienation or entitlement, because the feeling of I am alienated from what I am running, or the feeling that I'm entitled to this has been a major source of conflict world over, and particularly in this country, in Kenya. Therefore, let us look for solutions. How do we address this fairness, this justice in the way we distribute and make resources accessible to people in various places in our world today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Grace, for that wonderful presentation. Now, I would like to basically acknowledge that we have received so many messages of goodwill, from all over the world, from all over Africa. We were expecting also the CS for Health, Honorable Mutai Kagwe, but he was not able to come, but he sent some message, which probably later on I'll be able to read to you. But we have the only Minister for Peace in Africa. That is Honorable Miss Muferihat Camille. She is the Minister for Peace in the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and she sent us this message. Please listen to her message.
Salam, ጤና ይስጥልኝ. Greetings of peace. On behalf of the government, the people, and the Ministry of Peace of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, I'm pleased to warmly greet you at the opening of the virtual Global Peace Leadership Conference 2020. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank and congratulate the International Host Committee of the Global Peace Leadership Conference 2020 for organizing this virtual conference with the theme Transforming Societies for Sustainable Peace and Development through Moral and Innovative Leadership in Education and Peace Building. It's unfortunate that I'm not able to meet with you all in person due to the COVID-19 pandemic challenge. As a young adult, I never pictured myself being involved in national matters that required me to take leadership roles. Even now, I'm often humbled to be leading the first of its kind Ministry of Peace in my country at a time where we are transitioning into a new era. This position comes with the great responsibility of achieving and nurturing a nation with sustainable peace. In the world today, we are realizing that taking peace for granted leaves us to deal with devastating impacts socially, economically, and politically. That's why at the Ministry of Peace, we strive to promote mainstreaming of peace in the daily lives of each and every individual. For peace begins within oneself. We believe that peace is holistic as it thrives through our relationship with those around us, as well as blossoms through our relationship with environment and even with Mother Nature. Sustainable peace in a nation means that there is a feasible chance for development in all spheres, including education. I would like to express the heartfelt solidarity of the Ministry of Peace with the Global Peace Leadership's mission of transforming education and promoting sustainable peace throughout sub-Saharan Africa. There is a famous saying in my country, "Dir biyabbir, anbassa yasir," that translates to, when the spider webs unite, they can tie up a line. I believe that standing together and joining our hands as Africans is the key to a better future for our continent. Also, the world is faced with both man-made and natural disasters that shake the foundation for peace. We, particularly Africans, need to strengthen our unity because African unity is not simply a dream, but a goal that can be achieved so as to transform and lead the continent towards a better tomorrow. I would like to end my remark today by reiterating that peace is not a mere absence of war. It begins within oneself. Let's all mainstream peace in our daily lives, in our development planning and implementation. Wishing you a very successful conference. I look forward to receive the proceedings. May peace prevail in Africa. May peace prevail in the world. I thank you very much. Stay healthy and safe.
There you have it, perhaps Africa's only Minister for Peace. That tells us maybe we need a Minister for Peace in Kenya. Thank you so much. We look forward to working with the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. I know there's a little bit of happenings there, but Global Peace Foundation will work closely with you to be able to help you to stabilize your country. So thank you so much, Honorable Camille. So I want to turn it over to Abiagina. we want to have a brief session of question and answers. So Abi Agina will conduct that. And then I will call upon Honorable Eugene Wamalwa to give his remarks and officially declare this session open. So before that, Abi Agina, over to you for the question and answer session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Juma Omondi, Executive Director for Global Peace Foundation. And to all our panelists, we thank you for your insightful and uplifting sentiments. And right about now, we want to take a few questions from our participants who are following on this conversation from across the world. And I'd like to begin by putting our first question. And the question is asking Dr. Manu Chandaria talked about transforming the education system to be able to combat the new and upcoming challenges. Someone here is asking, how can we decentralize Africa's education system to ensure total inclusion of marginalized groups? Allow me to take two more questions before the panelists can respond to this. The other question coming in is asking, evidently, communities have no or minimal knowledge of the SDGs. How do the conveners of this noble conference plan to intensify their efforts so as to reach people at the grassroots level? And let me take the last question at this point. And the other question that we have here is, how can we utilize this present pandemic to the advantage of peace building? What can we do as peace agents in this present reality? I'd like to open up this session to all of the panelists, but for the question that was directed to Dr. Manu, I'd like him to go first, then we can have the rest respond.
This is, I think it's interesting. Yesterday or day before yesterday, India, after 32 years, decided and published the new policy on education. The question is that we just take it for granted that we got a policy and we continue. We must have now education policy which is meeting with the time. And today's the incident of COVID-19 that we are going through is so critical. It's almost after 100 years that we have seen an epidemic of this nature. So there's no thinking about it. All we've got to do is to see how can we just have morally upright children right from the day one. That's number one. Number two, digital education. Unfortunately, in the morning, one of my pages of my speech flew away, so I couldn't speak it. But digital education, which is a reality today. Every university today is online. And I think that unless and until we start that with the youngest children, I'm very surprised that I got a great-granddaughter, 18 months old, plays with an iPad. And she knows exactly how to send out the emojis and, and she listens to the music. It's surprising. So I think that digital education is a must, a subject which should be introduced. Now, we don't have to go and think about how we are going to do it, when we are going to do it. This is a compulsory and necessity which we have to face.
Thank you, Dr. Manu Chandaria. I'd like to just engage with Sid from the United Nations on the question around how do we get this peace building efforts to the grassroots level. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, as well as Mr. Orlando Leon.
Thank you. And I think that's a very, very important question. Often, peace is seen as a movement of just mere interaction of political leaders. No, that is why I quoted the example, and in the chat box, I've left some links of the cross-border program between Kenya, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda. What the leadership of the two countries did, what the maturity and the wisdom of the politics of all the three countries did was, we ensured that we engage with the local community elders, the people that are actually involved in the conflict in the first place. Now, I'll give you an example of South Sudan. There was a peace agreement which was at the highest level, but it did not translate into the ground level. It did not translate into the communities. And therefore, when 2013 things broke down, you saw again the resurrection of a protracted conflict. Whereas when you get communities involved, and that is why I commend Ethiopia, and I've just heard the minister having a ministry of peace. You know, fundamentally, it's the micro. It is what we do at the community level, how we prevent it, whether it's cattle rustling or the scourge of violent extremism. It is communities that can do it. When the UN Secretary General was here last year in 2019 for the launch of the Prevention of Violent Extremism conference in Kenya, hosted in Nairobi, it was remarkable. We actually went to a county in Eastleigh, a place called Kamakunji, which had seen, you know, major challenges of violent extremism, and yet we saw under the leadership of Yusuf Hassan, a local MP there, how he's brought the different elements of this, how he's made young people feel more included. And we need to be mindful. The fact that we have such a young population, we have to invest in young people, invest in the knowledge of peace. So that peace needs to get integrated from the household to the community to the school curriculum, and has to keep advancing forward. That will define the success of the Africa Free Trade Area. Over to you.
Thank you. Mr. Orlando Lyomu.
Thank you, Abby. I think Sid has addressed quite a bit of it, so I'll just add a little to that. I believe that if you want to in peace, or if you want to eliminate conflict, to get these messages to the ground, the first thing, of course, is to understand the source of the conflict. Because sometimes you can't prescribe a solution to a problem you don't understand. I think I call it understanding the lay of the land. Why are the people having the disputes? Why is there no peace? So identifying the source of that and trying to address it, if possible, to eliminate that becomes very critical. And that's why you find that in some cases, elimination or taking peace to the ground or ensuring communities exist harmoniously has involved actually leaders going to the ground, meeting the different sides, and ensuring that there's dialogue. Of course, the second thing, in my opinion, is that a lot of times you find that information is a key ingredient, either in driving conflict or in bringing peace. So if you send out information that is inflammatory, then people's passions rise. And when people become passionate, sometimes reason becomes scarce. That can drive conflict. So how we communicate, we've seen cases where leaders are recorded and probably quoted communicating things that simply inflame passions, inflame passion. So I think even as media organizations, we have to be careful about what kind of information we allow to go out. Yes, we are not supposed to be the quality control people, but if we think that this is going to inflame passion, then we have a moral responsibility to say we are not going to allow that to go out. So I believe that we have to ensure that we identify the reasons, prescribe the right solutions, and most importantly, avoid communication that can drive a wedge between societies, and in the opposite, drive communication that can bring cohesion.
Thank you so much to the eminent panelists. And at this juncture, because of time, I urge our fellow panelists that the questions have been coming in thick and fast, and we do hope that we'll be able to tackle them offline. Because of the intricacies of time, I'd like to hand it back to my co-host, that is Mr. Daniel Juma, to invite the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Abiagina, for the questions and panelists for the answers. Now, because of time, it is my distinct honor to invite Honorable Eugene Ludovic Malwa, who is the Cabinet Secretary, the Ministry of Devolution and ASAL. Honorable Malwa represented President Kenyatta in 2018 when we had the GPC Kampala, and he read the President's speech, and it falls upon him again today to be the one to officially kick off this conference in Nairobi. So thank you so much and welcome, my friend, Honorable Mamalwa. Please give us your speech and officially open this conference. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Daniel Omondi and Abby Agina, very able moderators and fellow participants. I'm indeed very pleased to join you this afternoon and to thank the organizers of this conference that aims at transforming societies for sustainable development through moral and innovative leadership in education and peace building. Indeed, as Omondi has said, the last time we met, we were in Kampala, Uganda in 2018, and we're very, very pleased to have been part of that historic conference. And we had just come out of a very difficult election in Kenya that year when I was sent by His Excellency the President to represent him in Kampala. And indeed, we were very grateful that we received a global acclamation of the leadership provided by our president and our former prime minister for the peaceful handshake that they had in March 2018 that restored peace in our country. I think that was one thing we're celebrating then. And also during that conference, we really thank the Global Peace Foundation for the support that they gave us, both the government of Kenya and the government of Uganda, in the peace building efforts we are making along our borders as we launched the cross-border peace program, particularly in the Karamoja cluster, where we've seen communities for years fighting over limited resources, particularly the Turkana, the Pokot, the Karamoja. And that conference actually led to the peace accord, as Sid has ably advised on the matter, in Moroto last September, where we signed the accord between Kenya and Uganda, and before our two presidents. Today, I'm very, very happy as we meet here for this conference again to thank those who have supported peace across our borders and those who have, through innovative leadership, looked at how we can turn our borders from barriers to bridges of friendship and brotherhood, where we want to see more cross-border trade instead of cross-border conflict. So some of these issues that we have implemented successfully in the last 1 year comes out of that very able leadership of our two presidents, President Museveni and President Kenyatta, the UN, our partners who have supported us, and I thank Sid and his counterpart in Uganda, to enable us reach where we are. Today, as we meet for this conference, I must say we've made great strides towards peace. When we talked about peace in Moroto last year, we looked at Kobebe Dam. We had drought from 2017, and our communities fought over the scarce resources. And because of the leadership of our two countries, we were able to have our people from Turkana, our pastoralists, crossing into Uganda, all the way into Kabong, into Kodipo, all the way to Kobebe, where we have a dam. We were directed as ministers by our presidents to ensure that we come up with peace dams along our borders, fashioned along the Kobebe Dam, where we saw very many people from Turkana camping for scarce water resources during drought. As we speak today, we are happy that going into September, as we celebrate the anniversary of the Moroto Accord, we will be going to Turkana to launch a new dam that we constructed over the last 1 year. There's a similar dam in West Pokot County, a similar dam in Marsabit County, and we are happy that our brother Biobagambi, the minister for Karamoja, has done equally well across the border. So as we meet here today, we want to see, to also celebrate 10 years, and we thank and congratulate the Global Peace Foundation, because when President Kibaki presided over the Peace Conference in 2010 August, it has since taken us 10 years to today as we meet in this conference. So we have something to celebrate and marked improvement in peace building, not just in Kenya or Uganda, but across the globe, and particularly in the African continent, where we've seen a lot of conflict. So we celebrate that also, but for us in Kenya, we also celebrate our constitution. In 2010, when President Kibaki launched the conference, We were then also promulgating our constitution today that has seen devolution, bring resources to marginalized counties, that has also resulted in peace building.
And now let's see. So a majority of us today working solutions and models is the reason why you joined, followed by deep understanding of key concepts, a great thing there. Then we have networking opportunities. As we indicated earlier, we have this chat section that will have lots of that, and ideas on tangible actions. Okay, great. So thank you so much for participating in this poll today. I would wish to hand over to our day's moderator, that is Dr. Tony Devine, our Vice President for Education, Global Peace Foundation. On to you, Dr. Devine.
Okay, thank you very much, Lillian. And I just want to just welcome you all to this very important session here today. We're live streaming this all over the place. And we are focusing here on how can we transform education during and post-pandemic. This pandemic has hit us very hard, but also when we face tremendous challenges as leaders, there's often a silver lining, there's opportunities behind those challenges. So this is where moral and innovative leaders come in. They see that opportunity. And we're seeing some amazing collaborations going on during this time, and very quick collaborations as well, allowing these multi-sector partnerships to come together so that we can actually have a much better impact and have more inputs to transform education, to help our students be future ready, with those values and attitudes, skills, and the new types of knowledge that they need to have in order to solve the big problems that are in front of us. And we just got hit with a big problem, right? We've been talking about this for many, many, many years. And now here all of a sudden, we have this situation in front of us. We have a really tremendous group of educational leaders and leaders here on our call here today. You couldn't ask for a better group of people, real transformative leaders, all in their own right. And it's just a great honor to have all of these really wonderful people with us here today. So without further ado, we'll get started with our first presenter. You can go to our website, the event page, to read the bios on any one of the presenters. We're not going to be focusing on bios. So first up will be Mr. Andreas Scheckler. He's the director for the Directorate of Education and Skills with OECD in Paris, France. Very well known for overseeing PISA, and also a really exciting project that just started in 2015 called Education 2030. What are those attitudes, values, skills, and new knowledge that young people need to be competent in to be successful in the 21st century? So Andreas, it's all yours.
Thanks so much, Tony, and also for your leadership in this field. I think this is such an important agenda. Clearly, as you said, this crisis has been severely disruptive. You have on a global scale 1.5 billion young people who've been locked out of their schools, their comfortable environment. And the one thing they take away from this is that learning is not a place, but an activity. Students who had learned to learn on their own, who can set their own goals, who enjoy learning, who have a supportive ecosystem around them, access to technology, supportive parents. For them, maybe this experience has been liberating and exciting. But for the many young people who, used to be spoon-fed by their teachers, learning little chunks and bits of knowledge, who don't have that kind of supportive home environment, who do not have access to remote resources, they have been really badly left behind. In a way, the crisis has not created the many inequalities in our system, but it has certainly dramatically amplified them. It has posed huge challenges for teachers. Every day you have to reinvent the world in education. As a teacher, you no longer, see your students in front of you. You have to find them. You have to understand their dreams, their passions, their ideas. So you have to support them. You have to find them. Suddenly, teachers are no longer, instructors. They have overnight become social workers, psychologists, mentors, coaches, facilitators, evaluators. Huge shift in roles. But at the same time, we've also seen lots of imagination, lots of innovative learning environments coming out of this crisis. Maybe more technological and social innovation in the last few months than in many years preceding this crisis. And the one thing that sort of gives me a lot of courage is when we surveyed countries of the OECD in May, actually, the vast majority of people were very positive. They said, things didn't go very well, but everybody did their best. And that's what teachers said about government. That's what government said about your school. There was a shared understanding, everybody is really trying what they can. You can also see strategies and plans were usually designed, including teachers. That's not what we do in peace times. In peace times, often policy comes from government and we ask teachers, go and implement. In this moment, actually, a lot of people at the front line, school leaders, teachers, were the engineers, the designers of the learning environment. We see very few people talking about conflicts with parents, conflicts with teachers. So a very, very important moment for education. In a way, you can see education used to be a kind of service, maybe. We have actually commodified schools to a large extent. Now they become the center of society. School becomes a whole of society experience. I think that's a very encouraging kind of environment. But we shouldn't forget that this crisis has left many, many young people badly behind. And when schools are reopening, they find a very different world. It's not just about loss of academic learning. It's that many students, for them, school is a very important social environment. It's an environment where they experience, safety, where they experience, leadership, where they experience diversity in society. And suddenly that school is closed. You take it for granted, suddenly it's closed. So what it takes actually to thrive in this world is real student agency, where students, where education is focused on agency, identity, purpose. Students have been able to find their own new learning environments, but often, we make students passive consumers of learning content rather than the agents and masters of success who can think for themselves and work with others. So that's, I think, one of the crises has done. When you actually ask countries, what did you try to achieve in this crisis? Of course, academic learning of students came first. That's what schools were designed for. But you can see professional support and advice to teachers was a very close third. As a social development of students, like in the survey, in the poll that you just asked, actually, ensuring the well-being of students, ensuring the well-being of teachers. In normal times, those things are, afterthoughts. Now they became very, very central. They rose to the top priorities of education systems. People see, schools are not bureaucratic structures. Schools are managed by people, and we need those people more than ever. So it's very, very interesting kind of picture of that priorities have shifted, and the well-being of people and the ownership and agency of people has become very much to the forefront. Obviously, also, technological and social innovation has been amplified during this crisis. When you look, for example, about 90% of schools relied on some form of online instruction. It could be, computers, it could be television, it could be radio, lots of media, very instrumentalized. But look at the orange bar. Most of what we have seen is actually, technology being the medium, but teachers being the source, the inspiration of learning processes. Some people say, well, technology is going to replace teachers. No, technology is amplifying and extending the reach of teachers. But actually, most of the instruction on online that we have seen is really teachers at the heart. And that's a very important point to keep in mind. It's not, some artificial intelligence, source platforms providing learning. is teachers using technology to reach the students in different environments. But of course, technology is ever only as good as its use. And you can see these are data from 2018, a little bit older. You can see in many countries, you have only about half of the teachers who are very comfortable with technology. And now you might say, well, that's a matter of, being rich or less rich. But look at the last country on the list, Japan, a high-tech country, a lot of technology around, but teachers are not comfortable with it. So this is also something that this crisis has exposed, that actually we have not been as good in, but you can see also a lot of progress if you look to countries like Sweden, like Peru, Romania, Israel, Finland, Croatia, Turkey, a lot of progress in actually using technology more creatively. So positive and negative. Now, finally, looking a little bit forward towards the reopening of schools, what is very interesting that only 22% of education systems want to go back to where they come from. Basically, you can see most education systems seeing the crisis as an opening to a new future. You can see, for example, sometimes it's about progressive reopening of schools. Schools will have limited capacity. Social distancing puts a lot of constraints in school operation. Hybrid learning. Who talked about hybrid learning a year ago, where basically you as a teacher have to moderate processes. Some students may learn at home, some students may learn in school. You have to design a lot of innovative learning environment. Who talked about it a year ago? Now, over 50% of learning environments see that as the new normal. So you can really see how this crisis has shaken up education and created a lot of opportunities. Will they materialize? I don't think we know that answer. But, that's the promise. Let me conclude with one slide that puts a little bit of realism onto this. We survey teachers across much of the world. And actually, what you can see here is that the teaching that we see in today's classroom is still quite removed from the future. Teachers are quite familiar with direct instruction. I explain to students what I expect them to learn. I explain how new old topics are related. I set goals at the beginning of instruction. Or with classroom management, I tell students to follow classroom rules. I tell students to listen to what I say and so on. But when it comes to, cognitive activation, you can see less than, 60% of teachers say I give tasks that require students to think critically. Well, that's what you need in the world in which we live. I have students work in small groups to come up with their own solution. Just half of the teachers doing that frequently. I let students solve complex tasks. Less than 50%. I present tasks for which there are no obvious solution, just 1/3. I give students projects that require at least 1 week to complete, less than 30%. And what you can see really here is that there is a massive capacity constraint. If we want our education systems to become more innovative, we have to really think and reimagine the kind of work environments. First of all, the kind of things that are easy to teach and test have also become easy to digitize and automate. We have become very good in education to educate second-class robots.
1 minute, Mr. Andreas.
That will be good. We have been very good to educate second-class robots. People who are good to repeat what we tell them. The future will be about complex ways of thinking and the moral and intellectual maturity that people need to make decisions. In the past, we only needed a few good students because our economies only needed some well-educated workers. In the future, we need everybody to succeed. That is about inclusion in education. And that commands a very different caliber of teachers. In the past, we told our teachers exactly what to teach and how to teach. In the future, we need a high-level professional knowledge, professional. And of course, they don't like to work in factories. And we've built our schools very much like factories, like very industrial work organizations. So advancing to a more flat, collegial work organizations, that's one of the hardest challenges for governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas. It's very interesting you mentioned about the use of technology. We experienced this over the last 4 months across the countries we're working in Africa. We pivoted over to these Zoom calls, and I was really impressed with educators in Uganda, for example, where connectivity is not the greatest, right? but they got on these calls and they were just like really hungry for new knowledge, and you know, making all kinds of efforts, and they all went well. So it's like where there's a will, there's a way. And I think this conference here is primarily focused on Africa, right? And we talked about the African Renaissance at the beginning of the call. I think this is going to be an amazing continent over the next 25, 50 years if we can get the education and the skill building right. The youngest population in the world, amazing opportunity here. So yeah, I think great future here. So I want to now move on to our next presenter. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce somebody that I've spent quite a bit of time with many times on my trips to Uganda. She is Grace Baguma. She's the director of the National Curriculum Development Center of the Ministry of Education and Sports for the government of the Republic of Uganda. Grace is such a hard worker. Like every time I go into her office, she's just got so many set tasks going on. She works 7 days a week. She's an amazing leader. So Grace, it's all yours. I think you're muted, Grace. You need to unmute yourself. Grace, yeah, you need to unmute.
Yes, there you are.
Yeah,
very much, Tony.
Yeah.
I've been able to find myself, and that is the topic that I'm presenting on. You have already introduced me, transforming education through moral and innovative leadership. That's what I picked from what was shared with me. I now look at the introduction. Uganda, of course, has been reviewing and reforming its curriculum over a period of time, and now, of course, is challenged with the COVID-19 pandemic. But some of the objectives of the review are certainly flowing into the new challenge that the whole world is facing. So we were looking at promoting effective learning and acquisition of skills by developing a curriculum that can build metacognitive abilities and skills to help learners to adapt to their evolving roles in society and the dynamic workplace, but also now looking at how can these learners face the challenges of the world today. And indeed, before we could go far, the challenges came by, and that is what we are experiencing as a world with the pandemic. To allow flexibility in absorbing emerging fields of knowledge in the areas of science and technology to address the 21st century skills required. Those were some of the aims and objectives of reviewing our curricula. Uganda's new competency-based curriculum. The new lower secondary curriculum includes skills-based or pre-vocational subjects such as agriculture, nutrition, food technology. Here, much as we talk about them in the context of the world today, but when you look at the African traditional teaching and learning, there was a lot of emphasis on skills on, much as it was not recorded or written. So we are, with the pandemic and with the situation that we are facing today, we are going back to rethinking education. How do we do it even in the way the Africans used to do it? You learn by doing, you learn by having hands-on. And in the middle of that reform, we have the generic skills, such as the skills of communication, which are becoming critical now as we face the pandemic. Collaboration, critical thinking, negotiation, assertiveness, and problem solving. So what are we thinking about? Yes, the new curriculum, but also the pandemic is here with us. And we need to see how can learning continue with the problems that remotely and with the problems that we face. So these are a gateway to the world of work, of course, and they also frame the learner for leadership at an early age, but also prepare the learner. For example, if you are good at communication, you can be able to learn on your own, self-learning, remote learning, self-study, and all that. And then these have become more critical and a requirement during the pandemic, where alternative learning approaches are being used, of course, across the world, Uganda inclusive. What are the generic skills that I'm talking about here, and that we think that we in education should see that we move them forward? You're looking at the critical thinking and problem solving, as I said earlier, the creativity and innovation among the learners. So how does the curriculum get tilted? We are developing self-study materials right now at the Curriculum Center for Children. But while developing them, we have to take cognizance of aspects of critical thinking and problem solving, because the learner is learning remotely wherever they are. In some villages, they told us, for us, we start by going to take the goats to the field and to dig, and then we will come to think about learning later on. So when you are you start by doing the home chores and whatever, and then you come back to your self-study materials. How can we help you to have an activity that creates critical thinking and problem solving in you? How can we help you to be creative and innovative? What kind of activities have we embedded in the self-study materials that bring out that? But these are generic skills, and we need them now more than ever before because of the challenges the world is facing with learning that is taking place remotely, because we never know when the pandemic will finish. Then we also have the communication, which I said earlier, the cooperation and self-directed learning, and of course, mathematical computation and ICT proficiency. ICT is coming at the center of the challenges that we are facing. It is now evident that the above mentioned generic skills are needed during this difficult time of the world of the COVID-19 pandemic for learning to continue. A move away from the traditional styles of learning to new approaches is needed now, or is necessary. But also, we are now looking at tapping into the African traditional styles of learning. Now, that brings us to my next slide, which is about digitalization. Yes, all that is said, but what is it? We have seen about e-learning, the issues of a lot of solutions are coming on board about how can we promote e-learning. And later on, I shall talk about the challenges of a developing country like Uganda and how when we talk about digitalization and e-learning, do we have an enabling environment? Do we have aspects that bring this about? And many others. So learners need to be equipped with the skills to use technology, certainly. There's no way we can run away from this. And to be able to collaborate, if we're going to have collaborative learning, to communicate and refine the work, even when the schools open, this becomes an integral part of what should be like an everyday situation. Therefore, countries should be looking or striving to see that this happens. So this integration of digital technology into everyday life is what we call digitalization, but is what we need in education today. So in Uganda, NCDC has enlisted the help of private companies, looking at options that are there that can help us move 1 step or 2 steps or 10 steps ahead with aspects of technology. So to map out how best to integrate ICT into the curriculum. And some of them, like MTN Uganda and other communications companies have said, we can partner, we can give you 0 rating and all sorts of options to help, especially now with the challenges of COVID-19, because there was a lot of cry. If I don't have food to eat, you're telling me to have electricity in my house, I don't have electricity. How am I going to learn online? Those are some of the questions that are posed to the Curriculum Center and to many of us in education to try and find and tell us that, look, yes, we've been challenged and it is a quick do. It is a quick do. You have to think quickly, you have to move quickly, but at the same time, what is on the ground is not yet enabling. So the current acceleration of innovation and digitization in the world has led to the technological revolution known as the 4th Industrial Revolution. And we have also, Uganda has gone to that. And on this slide, I talk about the revolutions, but the fourth one, which is the last bullet, is ushering a fusion of technologies that is integrated in physical, digital, and biological spheres. Then we said that the 4th Industrial Revolution is evolving rapidly and has serious implications. I tried to focus my presentation on technology and what
Madam
the curriculum—
Grace, 1 minute.
1 minute? Oh my God. Then innovative leadership. There is something about innovative leadership, about the innovative leaders and what we expect them to do, and leadership and innovation. My next slide is transforming education. For education system to thrive during this advancement, the education sector's leadership must be skillful at adapting and analyze, plan, and implement approach. And education policymakers need to adopt to experimenting rapidly and quickly, as I said earlier. And the predicted challenges, all of us know them, the lack of ABCD like in our countries. Therefore, we need to rethink about how are we going to make it given our situation. And the conclusion that there is need for governments to prepare learners for the future by empowering them with the right skills and morals, values to be able to survive in new digital age, but in challenging situations, such that we are empowered. So we have to unpack the box of education and say, what are the alternative ways of learning as one of the modules maybe which can be learned? How do you learn alternatively if you are not in a school setting? The swift changes in working environment also require that, and curriculum development all to take cognizance of this change in order to ensure graduates are ready for the professional life. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you very much, Grace, for that presentation. I'm very, very impressed every time I go to Uganda with the amazing teachers and school principals and the students that I meet over there. So Grace, I have to give you a lot of credit for the great guidance and support that you give to the teachers. I've never met better teachers or anywhere. It's amazing. I really welcome you all to go to Uganda sometime. Thank you very much, Grace. It's a great honor now to introduce our next speaker. This is Ashok Pandey, a very good friend of mine. He's the director of the Alcon Group of Schools in Delhi, India. I had a great honor and great pleasure to be in Ashok's school for a whole week. At this time last year, it's the first time I spent a whole week in one school. It was like so impressive. A national award-winning educator. He's constantly working around the clock, trying to build capacity and build, inspiration in teachers, not just in India, but around the world. So Ashok, we would love to hear from you from New Delhi.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony, for your kind words, and congratulations for putting up such a good conference and giving me this privilege. Thank you once again for this. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I come from India, and today is a very, very special, historic day for us, and I cannot stop mentioning this, that after 34 years of inexplicable gap, the government has come out with new education policy. It just happens that when I started my career as a teacher, that policy came in 1986, and today, after 34 years, this policy is once again. However, we are very excited about it. The policy is very futuristic. Policy is very aspirational, and it catches the imagination of the young in this country. With the point of view of this conference, it is very important for me to tell that any education system in any country has the chances of success only when it reiterates and commits itself to equity and excellence for every child. Government of India is one of the very few countries in the world. They have an act of parliament where education is a right to every child. Earlier, it was a right to children between 6 to 14 years, but now it has been extended by 3 years on either side. I think it is remarkable, and it is revolutionary for any country. The first thing we achieved as part of our education system was that we universalized our primary education. But there were a lot of dropouts, and in the higher education, our enrollment was hovering around 20, 25, 26%. But this time, the government says that we have to universalize our secondary education, and our higher education enrollment has to go up to 50%. So that is another very good thing. Now, coming to the present pandemic, we are all closed. Though unlocking phases have begun in India, but the schools are closed for all practical purposes. We responded very well. Out of the 1.5 billion children that Andreas talked about in his presentation, 400 million of them are in India alone. And most of them do not have access to technology. Even those who have access, they may not have a dedicated device to them. Those who have dedicated device, they may not have a silent, quiet space for them in the house to sit and study. So we have a challenge. We have met this challenge within our resources. Our government has intervened in a very, very big way. Special TV channels, community radios, WhatsApp groups, all possible means have been deployed to ensure that every child is accessed during this pandemic. Now that the unlock period has started, schools have also reached out to the parents, or parents have come to the school within the social distancing norms to collect the learning material and packets from the school. So that is how we have responded. But the whole idea is that the larger picture is that we have to ensure good quality education and lifelong learning for every child. In this policy, government has once again recommitted itself to achieving the target under Sustainable Development Goals, and particularly goal number 4. And there is a special provision to bring back the 20 million children who have dropped themselves out for various reasons. And there is a special package for adult education. So this is one step that we are taking. But we have understood over the years that the children's well-being is very important, which your poll has also shown. And we are trying to ensure that the school curriculum is not fragmented into cognitive and various co-curricular activities. The cognitive skills, the socio-emotional skills, the skills in music and dance and art and craft are as much integral to the entire curricular process as mathematics, science, or commerce. This is one change that we are bringing out very, very upfront. The second is we are trying to bring in a lot of flexibility in the manner in which students can ask for assessment. So paper and pencil proctored invigilated assessment is giving way to a lot of other innovative methods where children can be assessed for learning and not off learning all the time. They can give presentations, they can put videos, they can put audios, the group projects, the surveys, the quizzes. These are the other things that we are bringing in because the well-being of the children is a two-way process. Of course, it may be a necessary condition for children to achieve education. But if the education itself becomes a vehicle for happiness and well-being of the children, I think that is another very, very important area that we are focusing on. And the last thing that I want to mention here in my opening presentation is that the technology is coming in a big way, and the infrastructure in terms of digitalization is the next big thing that the government is going to do. In fact, this government 2 years ago launched what we call Operation Digitalization. And that was very prophetic in the sense that internet as a right, internet access as a right, a device in the hands of every child is the necessary condition for getting good and quality education. And this pandemic has only reinforced that belief. However, we are very conscious of the fact that technology is to be used mindfully. Technology is to be used for the transformation of society. Technology is for the refining of the intellect, and technology is for invigorating the emotions of children. I think within that framework, if the children are given a key through education where they can discern between what is socially good and what could be a social disaster, I think that is a big challenge that we are facing as educationists. And therefore, the issues like the mental health of the children, the cyber bullying, the security and privacy, and not allowing our children to be distracted into the dark alley. We are a large country, a large population of students, and therefore our challenges are also many-fold. And therefore, in short, I would say that we are very, very conscious of our responsibilities. We are very conscious of the fact that skill building, vocationalization, technological infusion, and preparing the children for future to work in work in an environment which is diverse, which is inclusive, gender equality, and which is going to be driven by the young change makers. And we as a country and we as a culture and population should not be, in any way lagging behind in marching step by step with the rest of the world. So these are some of my preliminary thoughts, and maybe if time permits, I'll build on them later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashok. We had a great workshop just 2 weeks ago with Indian,
Yes.
Ugandan, and Kenyan school principals. And Ashok was talking a lot about technology. His presentation was the need for a new operating system, but that was referring to the teachers and to the principals. Yeah, making that analogy was very interesting. Thank you very much, Ashok. Really appreciate your leadership in India. Next, let's go to Kenya. Really grateful to have Honorable Zach Kinuthia. He's the Chief Administrative Secretary with the Ministry of Education of Kenya. Honorable Zach, you've been a really great supporter and advocate of these lots of calls we had over the last 4 months. We really appreciate your support and your leadership in moving Kenya forward. Kenya has a new curriculum too that's underway. So we'd love to hear your perspective from the Kenya side. All yours, Honorable Zach.
Thank you very much, Tony. I hope I'm audible enough.
Oh, you're really good. Yeah, all good.
Okay, thank you. All the delegates from across the world. I found the Ugandan delegates speaking. Now I listen through all the way to India. And I'm sorry because I had to step out a little bit so that I could offer some media people some bites. Today we had a press conference, and I need to start from there. We had a national press conference as a ministry, guided by His Excellency the President, on the new realities that are emerging in the education sector out of this COVID-19. And the first thing is that if you remember a month ago, Tony, we suspended the learning for all primary, and secondary going learners until the end of this year, hoping to begin next year. And we said for tertiary institutions, which include the universities, the polytechnics, the technical training institutes, both public and private, can be allowed to open if they could adhere to the Ministry of Health protocols guided by WHO. And we agreed we are going to supervise as a ministry the level of compliance in this institution. Are they clean? Can they maintain social distancing for those who have boarding facilities? Can they maintain the health protocols and still secure the health of our children, our learners? Are they going to install booths to clean our people? Do they have enough water? So these are some of the things that we gave them to enable them to reopen. However, and unfortunately, Tony, today we had to make about turn, and we have advised the nation to completely forget the reopening of tertiary institutions. Because first, they are not ready. Two, the surge for coronavirus is increasing double-fold in this country, and the deaths are rising. So those three factors, exacerbated by the fact that these tertiary institutions do not have the capacity to reopen, forced us to making this decision of total closure until next year, because the government is interested in the health of its citizen, cognizant of the fact that we could be overwhelmed if these numbers could go rising. We have models from other countries that have tried reopening, others closing, others trying to reopen. And I think so far, our model has been the best. And that is why we do not want to go lower than what we have been doing by allowing this tertiary institution to go on. So that is why I was late in that press conference. We were with the minister and the entire leadership of the ministry. I am technically his assistant minister. So at the PSS below us, we had to make that decision. So that is just what we did today. I want to go straight to your question. Although I know the theme is transforming education during and post-coronavirus pandemic. That one I'll also address a little bit because I have not much time. I would want first to answer your question on policy change. There's a question you threw to me, Tony, asking where there can be a policy change to save the generation. You called it the losing generation or something. I want to start by telling you, as a Ministry of Education in this country, we regulate policy for all sectors and levels of education. And we said online learning was always an idea which was on the pipeline. We have an institute within the ministry that has been working on models of e-learning called Kenya Institute of Curricular Development. It has its own TV. It has its own radio. It has been offering education to the very remote areas. But we realized this is not sufficient because it barely reaches 10% of our 16 million kids who go to school. So if 90% cannot be reached, that is for basic education, then this cannot be reliable. Secondly, we said for tertiary institution higher learning, they can offer online education at the level of 78%. However, as government, we are also interested with these 22%. They are also the citizens who have the constitutional rights to access to basic education. And we cannot sit and facilitate these 22% losing. So the policy we are trying now to craft quickly is as follows. We have said we are closing down today all the universities' possibility of reopening. Again, we say for those universities that can offer online learning, we encourage them to continue expanding and uploading contents in their expanded ICT infrastructure. However, not all semi-adults, younger adults who are going to these institutions have a smartphone like this one. They don't have a smartphone that can access learning. They don't have a laptop, and they don't have an iPad that can access learning. Not all of them. The few that can have them, we are coming up with a policy that can facilitate continued learning remote. We call it ODEL. That is open, distant, electronic learning. That's what we are calling it. And that's a policy we want to suggest to the parliament so that we can have it ratified to facilitate those institutions, especially private, that have capacity to offer online learning to the first and the last student who is registered under them. So that is in the very advanced stages. I hope in the next meeting or in the next, we are opening airports on Saturday. When you come to Kenya, I hope this is going to be your first country to come. We will sit down, Tony, and I'll take you through what will have come out of these amendments that we are suggesting to facilitate policy change within and after coronavirus on technological delivery of your question you asked me, and which I hope I have addressed, although I'm open to questioning and critique. Then going lastly to the dynamic learning during COVID-19 protocols, that's what I have explained. The last one is transforming education. What do we think as a government about the future of education tomorrow? 1 minute, is it? When I see the lady, I know she's saying 1 minute.
Yes,
Okay,
1 minute, Honorable Zach.
Thank you. I'm going to use that 1 minute and say the following, Lillian Njoki Waihoni, that we are thinking as a government of a smart class. And this is very important. I want everybody here to hear. We are thinking about a smart class in the future, that every school, every university will have a smart class in every department, a smart class which will include free, accessible, and strong Wi-Fi and all the equipment that are needed for of content. Secondly, the governments of the future must invest in online reception of education material. We must make computers, laptops, phones, internet extremely accessible to the remotest of our children from North Africa to the South to East and the West Africa, wherever our people are, especially, can access learning so that we can have double classes, online classes going together with offline classes where no student is defrauded of benefit of reception. If you allow me, Tony, and Njoki, I will rest my case there and open myself to questions, clarifications, and criticism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zach. I'm really impressed with the efforts the ministry is doing in Kenya. We've been working with you to do these incubators, right? Leap Hub incubators in secondary schools. Right. I've met like amazing students in public schools who are coming up with incredible ideas to solve problems, not problems somewhere distant on the planet, but in Kenya, right? In agriculture and medicine, health, and so on, those pain points. So there's so much talent in our young people. It's so great to see that getting unleashed. And I think this technology can help us. And this is such a great transition to our next speaker. I'd like to introduce Sifumi Dorojeye. She's the Sub-Sahara Africa Country Programs Director for Oracle Academy. Oracle Academy and Sifumi especially, you've been such a great partner in coming into schools in Kenya and building really great capacity in teachers, in computer science, digital skills, and so on. This has been going on for a couple of years, and I think this has been able to help educators, in Kenya to be ready for the situation we're in right now. So we'd love to hear from you how technology can be our friend to help on continual learning during this unusual time that we have in the world. Sifumi, all yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for hosting this conference.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. So let me start by saying greetings to everyone. I see different people from different parts of the world, so I'm not sure what time it is, but thank you for joining. My name is Shefumi, as I've been introduced, and I work for Oracle Academy. And our focus is to support the advancement of computer science education around the world. We are currently active in Sub-Saharan Africa, which is the region that I manage. And we've had success in Kenya, where Tim Divine was talking about the works we've done. We worked with Global Peace Foundation, Semastia, through them also. And we've been focused on advancing computer science education with the educators, the students, and the schools from tertiary all the way to K-12 in Kenya and other parts of Sub-Saharan Africa and Nigeria, where actually I'm joining the call from. To talk about the topic for today, I have a few points I'm going to give. But let me say I want to commend how Africa has responded to the pandemic so far. We say a lot about how we are late to the industrial revolutions, but I think that we should commend ourselves for the efforts we've made so far. There's been the use of radio a lot, even in the country where I reside, at the Federal Ministry of Education. I know that also happens in Kenya and Uganda, where radios have been used to reach the students. Television programs, pre-recorded or live sessions on Facebook and YouTube have been used to communicate to students and teachers to keep teaching them about the current curriculum, so that the gap from when they're away from school is not just months without passing knowledge or doing anything. So I would commend Africa so far for what we've done. Yes, there's a lot of things more to be done, but that is why we're having these conversations. I believe that we should not just talk, but I also understand that talking would incite us with the right activities and ideas that we can share and collaborate together on. First, I would like to talk about the remote areas. There's been a lot of questions about how do we reach the remote areas. There are three cadres of education. We have the private education, who most of the parents and the students can afford any device you tell them to buy. We have the mid, who are not necessarily the very expensive private, who maybe can leverage on a guardian's device to work. And then we have the remote areas, the very local ones that have access to nothing, do not have access to power in some areas in Africa, do not have access to internet or the gadgets. And I think that at this time, one of the things the pandemic has been able to help us see is the fact that there is a huge gap. And the huge gap comes from the fact that we have a testing process in our education system across Africa, where at the end of a particular period, you are supposed to go through some testing. Now, if we say that currently all students are learning remotely, we will not be saying the truth, as we know that some students in the remote areas have no access to learning, and they cannot be tested with the same questions with the students who have access to learning for. So what I'm going to talk about there is that we do understand that now there is a requirement, huge requirement for funding for infrastructure, but not just the funding, also the maintenance. Because when you talk about rural areas or local areas or remote areas that we refer to, some of them do not even have the security that can guard the huge investments to the IT infrastructures that will be set up in the school. So as we are beginning to think of infrastructure, we also have to be thinking of maintenance. We have to start thinking of security. Those are the lights that we have to start thinking. But one thing we can say is this is the right time to use data. I hope that the education sectors, education ministries in all these countries are using this time to take data and measure. Because after this pandemic, it should be good to be able to measure what areas lack XYZ resources, what areas lack no resources or have this resource. That is the way we can actually support and make sure that infrastructure support is adequate, and not just launch another project to say 5 million computers will be given to a place. It's good to identify what each school do not have or what students do not have access to. I think this is the right time to use technology to gather that data. Second thing I'll talk about is that ICT in curriculum is not ICT infrastructure. There's been a lot of talk about including ICT in the curriculum, ensuring that ICT is taught, the relevant ICT knowledge is taught. For example, I do understand that, there was a conversation about how the programming language that should be taught now are the current programming languages, and we should remove Pascal, Fortran, and COBOL from the curriculum wherever it exists in any country. That is also in point. However, ICT in curriculum is very advised because the knowledge of computer science, whether the student ends up as a coder or not, the knowledge helps them for analytical skills, problem solving skills, even computational skills. And when they transcend to a job that will require them to use technology, they will not be novice to it. I'm sure that we would agree on this phone that if you buy a new gadget and you give a teenager, and you buy the same gadget and you give a 30 or 40-year-old, the 30-year-old may need a guide to know how to use the device. The teenager may not need a guide to know how to use the device. That is what using computer gadgets exposes you to. It exposes you to computational thinking and intuitive thinking. And however, computer science should also be ingrained into the curriculum where they are learning the trends.
I don't even show my face anymore.
Where they are learning the trend, what is. However, we also have to think about the infrastructure that would aid that. Minus computer science.
1 minute.
Okay, minus computer science in the curriculum, we also have to support that. The next thing I'll talk about is collaboration, especially in the remote areas. Higher educations have computer labs. We need to start seeing how to collaborate with them. If there is a remote area, there's a school in a remote area that does not have access to internet or computers, they can leverage on using the resources of a university or a polytechnic close to them. While we wait to solve the entire problem, which we may not be able to do even in a year, no matter the funding we have to start thinking about collaborations. Innovation hubs have access to computer. Let's see schools that can collaborate with them. And lastly is the adoption of IT inventions. We can think about IT inventions that schools can use, can leverage on with low access to data requirements, maybe just a projector. You can thinking of how to make sure our resources are available in e-copies for those that can access it. But at this time, I would advise that access to textbooks can also be something to reach the remote areas. If the students have the textbook, they can just be told to read our chapters beyond what they should have done before, so that they're also not in a gap if they do not have access to e-resources or internet or data. Those are my suggestions around transformative innovation leadership for education in these times and beyond these times. And TVET and skills acquisition has become much more important. With the population in Africa, even formal education may not be the only solution to our education problem. We need to adopt technical vocational skills and acquisition in the education sector so that we can make sure that we are covering the large population, and we are also cumbering poverty, and we are also cumbering unemployment. I think those are my ideas and suggestions around transformation.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Really appreciate the work you're doing. And I'm so glad you addressed the issue of the rural areas, the remote areas. That's one of the most common questions we've been getting coming in here. We'll just move over to the questions right now. I'd just like to ask the speakers to be very, very brief. We've tons of questions to go over through. We got 1,200 questions that came in. We're not going to have time to do all of those, of course. Andreas, I'm going to start with you. I'd like you to talk about, we've just been talking about technology, and I want you to kind of share with us your perspective on how important values are and moral leadership, because technology can scale a good idea or a good decision or a bad decision. And we're at that point where that can be tremendously helpful or destructive. And just secondly, what does educational leadership look like in this pandemic? And what are the solutions that you have for transforming education? Unmute yourself, Andreas.
Sorry, Tony. Yeah, good questions. Technology is an enormously empowering tool. It can empower great ideas and great practice in the same way, as you say, it can, amplify and accelerate poor ideas and poor practice. What it means is that human judgment becomes much, much more important. It's our moral and intellectual maturity that actually will determine whether we are going to use technology for better or worse. And that decision is now in the hands of individuals. In the past, those decisions were made way out of our kind of realm. Today, they are made by people at the front line. It's true economically. The most successful companies these days are not created by a big industry or, they are created by a big idea. And they have the product before they have the money. So I think people are at the center. And I think that puts also the question of leadership front and center. When we think about leadership, we often think about political leadership. And obviously, that is very, very central to success. But leadership really needs to be there at every layer of an education system. You talk about teacher leadership, effective school leadership, system leadership. And good leadership today is not about, how many people follow your ideas or believe in your ideas. Good leadership, ask yourself, how well can your people collaborate? To what extent do teachers, have a high degree of professional autonomy, and same in a collaborative culture? To what extent are school leaders looking outwards to the next school, to the next education system? I think this pandemic has really highlighted this, where you had just top-down leadership, schools were at a loss, where you had a lot of local capacity, a lot of leadership initiative at the front line. People have come up with many creative ideas. The challenge in the future is not, how do we push technology or new ideas into schools? The question is, how do we find the good ideas that exist at the front line, and how do we scale and spread and share them?
Yeah, so true. I mean, everywhere I go in the world, I just see such amazing talent in teachers, school principals, and so on, excuse me, that really needs to get untapped, unlocked. Thank you very much for that, Andreas. Grace, this is for you. Due to the challenge of online learning, what would the impact of a dead year be? A lot of people are talking about that. I don't think we can let that happen. What's your perspective on that?
The impact of the dead year, thank you very much, Tony, would mean that we need to work on psychosocial aspects of the children who are psychologically being affected, because we know that learning goes with also the aspects of motivation, the aspects of being energetic. So the impact to me would be grave rather. But what we need to think about here is how can we do it differently? So we don't want to call it a dead year, because the problem is that we are used to our inbox that schooling is when you are at school or learning is when you are at school. But we know that we are looking at alternative approaches, alternative methods to how we can reach out to children to continue learning. Because the most important thing, are they learning something on an everyday or on the other day? So, and some of the communities in Uganda have had some kind of self-help. Some of the teachers, they have picked what they call the zonal leaders. The zonal leaders are a head teacher leading about 10 teachers who go to the communities helping children with the work that we gave them for self-study, or with unpacking the radio programs that are going on for some of them. So I think let's focus more is, can learning continue even if we are not in a stereotyped school setting? Because I think, yes, we are almost talking about a dead year, and indirectly we are, because this is August, and the children stopped going to school in March. So they have already lost about 6 months or so, 4 months or so. So I think even if we open in September, and you can hear from our colleagues from Kenya, the reoccurrence of the pandemic, of the deaths and the infections. So which means Uganda is not exceptional. We should be thinking about if we don't actually even open at all in September. So if we don't open the schools at all, what are the alternative approaches to reaching out to these children, to helping the communities, to help the children learn? And what can the governments provide? What can be put on the table? So I wouldn't want to scare, in quotes, somebody to say, oh, we are declaring, because when you say you are declaring, the parents panic, the community panics. Can we continue learning from wherever we are?
So thank you, Grace. Let's move on to the next question. This is for you, Ashok. Education has been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. How can students and academic institutions adapt to these new changes? You're doing a lot of work in this area.
Yes, Tony, I think it is a very, very difficult time. And therefore, we responded to this situation that the leadership should take care of the teachers' well-being, and the teachers should take care of the students' well-being, and create a very, very clear channels of communication, and communication which is candid, communication which is caring, communication which is compassionate, because what teachers receive, they will be prepared to give it back to the children. And also communicating with the communities, with the families. And this is the first time that the parents and the teachers have come together. They are joining hands. The parents in the real sense are becoming learning partners, which was not the role that they assumed before, not that the schools also wanted them to have. So this is one. But overall picture is that we have to bring the hope and resilience as a cushion and as a weapon to navigate through this process of lockdown that the children are forced to live in. And what do we mean by hope and resilience is that we have to connect to the children with the beautiful, bright future, instill in them a sense of confidence, and at the same time give them a pathway. And it is the third thing which is very difficult, because they are not with us, they are at remote places, and therefore a very, very structured system of reaching out to the children and giving a lot of emphasis on the socio-emotional aspect, because well-being is so much important, and the paucities, the missing syndrome that they have, missing their friends, missing the socialization, so many other things. Mr. Andreas mentioned in his presentation, the schools are missing their social functions. Now, those things are the ones which are creating these hardships that you are talking about. And therefore, my sense is building hope and resilience, reaching out to the children, taking care of their well-being, and recalibrating our response to the children is something that will be very, very helpful in these difficult times.
Very, very good, Ashok. I'm so glad that you mentioned the social, emotional, the character building of students, along with the continuous learning that Grace was talking about there. Sifumi, this is for you. This is a very interesting question, because the focus of this Global Peace Leadership Conference is we're looking not just at education, but also at peace building as well. So how do we harness the current technology boom as a tool for the development of sustainable peace in the 21st century?
Hello? Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So I think that the current sustenance, before we talk about the sustenance of any technology for a period like this, I believe that we do not just speak and adopt. for anything to be sustainable, we need to be able to adopt it into the existing program and then test it, and then we're able to see how can it work. So for example, now with all of this pandemic and what's going on, I'll talk about my country. For example, there's been so many insurgents of softwares, technologies, devices that have come up. Some are being used and some are not being used in different stakeholders. So I think the stakeholders would determine what is going to be used and in sustaining of. For example, like I tried to explain to you, we have what we call the elites and we have the local people. It's not everything that will work for everybody. Even within the elites, we have some elites who are focused on their children finishing a level of school and leaving the country. So what is going to be sustainable for them is not going to be sustainable for every child. So I think that sustainability of any device or any technique at this time is dependent on how successful the adoption was during a pilot phase. And then the pilot phase results determines how we can continue using it.
Thank you very much, Sifumi. Really good. It's very important we develop peaceful societies. We don't talk about that enough, I feel, because that's actually the basis for prosperity and for development in any country. So Andreas, I'm going to give you a really big question now, right? Are you ready? The education sector is a critical determinant of a country's economic future. What kind of multi-pronged strategy should be drawn to manage the crisis and build a resilient education system, putting into consideration the effects of politics?
Yeah, it's a big question. Tony, what is clear is that our schools today is going to be our society and our economy tomorrow. I think that link economically, socially is critically. And the question of peace, we treat peace often as a matter between nations, but peace also starts in the classroom. School is the first place where we experience the true diversity of our societies, where we encounter other ways of thinking, other ways of working, where we can learn to appreciate different viewpoints, different cultures, different ideas. And in a way, school is the place where, the seeds for peace are being created. If we do not, develop that kind of global and intercultural competence early in the years, we're not going to see this later. And I think sort of those kinds of social, cultural peace dimensions are not actually disconnected from the economic dimensions. Are we aiming for an open or a closed world? How do we reconcile, autonomy with cohesion? And I think many of those decisions are inherent in the way of how we teach, what we teach, the relationship between the extent to which we do encourage student autonomous learning as opposed to, just, consuming prefabricated content. So in a way, I think the design. That's why the effort that we make in education today is very, very sort of predictive of the kind of economy, society that we're going to see in the future. We have actually, if you want numbers to this, they are mind-boggling. Basically, what we can see in the OECD area, if we would only ensure that every young person leaves school with a good minimum level of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values. We're talking about hundreds of trillions in value that is being created. The costs of poor education performance are very, very high.
Yes, so thank you very much, Andreas. Yeah, the questions that are coming in are incredible. We have like over 1,000 questions. I have to have you all on for another week just to get through half of them even. So we will be bringing you back in the future. We're almost at the end of our time, however. Honorable Zach, if you can prepare like maybe 30 seconds of closing remarks, but not now, but after the next poll. I'll hand it over to Lillian to run our last poll here. Okay, Lillian, it's all yours.
Hello, running the last poll for the day. And I request all the participants to participate in this one. Giving it 20 seconds.
You can read out what the poll is about.
Yeah, right there we have a question on what did you most gain from the session? We'd love to hear your views on this one. Is it like the networking opportunities, deeper understanding of the concept, inspirations, and motivation, working solution and models, ideas on tangible actions. We would love to hear. And counting down to 5 seconds. And let's see. There we have, and we have most people here being able to benefit most on deeper understanding of the concept, thanks to our participants today, and also working solution and models. We have also ideas on tangible actions and networking opportunities. We are glad to work here still. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lillian. I really want to thank all of our wonderful speakers today. They're not just speakers, they're leaders. All of you are amazing leaders in your own right, moving the needle forward. I really admire each and every one of you. It's just been such a great honor for me to be getting to know you over the recent years. And I just want to encourage you to keep rolling on. We have a much important work to do. So I'd like to ask Honorable Zach, maybe in about 20 seconds, just to give a final goodbye to all of us. You're muted, Honorable Zach. Okay, ask to unmute.
Okay, I've
Okay.
unmuted. Sorry,
Okay,
I had muted to ensure I'm not interrupting. Thank you very much, Tony, for your outstanding and leading role in hosting us and putting us together to share ideas. Thank you to all the delegates from all the organizations, all the countries, and all the individual participants, and many of those who are sending questions to me, which I'll address later. Thank you to all of us, and thank you. I look forward to a country that shall offer solutions, to a world that shall implement solutions, and where all of us can learn, interact, engage in the times of pandemic and in the times of no pandemic. And this will be a world where all of us will be happy to be in the fifth industrial revolution, as the delegate from Uganda was describing before. The fifth industrial revolution shall not know any pandemic and shall not be hindered whatsoever by any. Thank you very much for this role, and blessings to all of us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zach. We're continuing tomorrow with 3 more sessions on transforming education. You've registered for those, so get to those links, and we'll see you all tomorrow. But we do have 1 more session left today on peace building. So I'd like to ask Lillian just to show us that real quick. Lillian. You're muted, Lillian. Can't hear you.
Okay, here, so this is what we will be having in our next session of peace building.
It's just starting now, so you all have your links for this one. Building social cohesion through shared values. It's just started, so we'd like you to move over to that session next. We'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate it. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Tony, and bye.
Good afternoon. Bye-bye now. Thanks. Thank you so much, everybody.
The chat tab instead is not for Q&As for the panelists, but a way for you to connect and network with your fellow participants. You can also receive resources through there. Some links we'll be sending out throughout the presentation, so feel free to engage with everyone through the chat tab. For our panelists, we ask that you follow the 7-minute time allotment just so we can stay on schedule. There's going to be 2 warnings, one at the 2-minute mark and 1 minute prior to the end of your allotted time. You'll hear a little bit of a chime. Use those warnings to wrap up the end of your presentation. Okay, now that we've gotten those out of the way, I want to thank you all, participants and speakers, for participating today. I'm going to kick everything off with a short poll, which I will launch shortly. And while I let everyone take a minute to answer, I'm going to hand things over to our fantastic moderator, Father Canis. He is the Program Development Specialist for Interfaith and Community Outreach at Global Peace Foundation. So you'll see a poll on your screen. I'll leave that up for about a minute.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll in just a couple seconds, and I'll throw it over to Father Canis to get things rolling. You all can see the results now. And yeah, Father Canis, take it away.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Dear friends, I welcome all of you to this session of the Global Peace Leadership Conference. This session is a very important session that focuses on our shared values. First of all, I welcome all our participants from different parts of the world. I welcome our respected speakers and panelists. The focus on values, it's very, very important given the circumstances we all share and represent in the world today. Identity is a social fact. From the family to the community to other institutions and social associations, we recognize the importance of identity. But when identity becomes a tool for division, and when identity is viewed from a very narrow perspective, it can lead to conflict and violence, as we have seen in different parts of the world, especially in the continent of Africa. But one important thing is that our universal principles, when modeled around our shared values, can be great tools of social cohesion, development, and sustainable peace. More than ever, we all need peace. We all desire peace today in every aspect of human life and relationship. If we look at the universal principle of human dignity, for instance, as a starting point and the glue that can lead to better human well-being, to better life in the society, we then recognize why this session is very, very important. To discuss this topic and to walk us through the concepts that we have in this session today, are very important practitioners from different backgrounds. I will introduce our panelists now, and we take off the conversation. We have Ambassador Fred Ngoga, Head of Conflict Prevention and Early Warning Division of African Union. Dr. Willie Eselebo, founding member of the network of Foundation and Research Institution for the Promotion of Culture and Peace in Africa. Mr. Leban Cheriot, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Reverend Canon Rosemary Mbogu, Provincial Secretary of the Anglican Church, Kenya. Rana Taha, Peace and Development Advisor, Kenya. And Dr. Pauline Long, a social activist. These great minds are going to lead this conversation. My dear friends, I invite you to pay attention to what these panelists are going to share with us from their wealth of experience and the work they have done in their different communities. I want to start with Ambassador Fred Ngoga. Ambassador Fred, you are a very important person in the African Union, at the top institution that takes care of peace and security in our continent, Africa. What is your take on this topic, building social cohesion through shared values? Ambassador Ngoga, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me. It's always a great honor to participate in events organized by the Global Peace. The first time I participated was in Uganda in 2018, and I truly enjoyed the people that I met and the people that I interacted with. To come back to our topic, I think that let's begin with education. I think education, when we think of education, we often think about classrooms. But as I've mentioned on many occasions, education starts at the dinner tables at home with the values that we give our children. You cannot ask someone to respect human rights when he was not taught to respect human life. You cannot ask someone that stealing is bad, to fight corruption when he was not taught that stealing is bad since he was a child. You cannot ask someone to be democratic when he was not taught at home that to respect their siblings and others in the family grouping. So to begin with, everything starts really at home and in the values that we instill in our children at a tender age. The second point I would like to make is that we need to build servant leaders. It is important that we build servant leaders, not people who are just driven by own selfish interest. And I've seen this across the continent as we work to prevent conflict and do mediation. We need people who can rise to the occasion, people who can elevate themselves to the time and the moment, and what they call superordinate goal. That is something that is extremely important. The third point I would like to make has to do with we need to transform self-love into empathy, caring for the other person, because no one, you started by saying that I was an important person. No one is important in this, everybody's important in this world. There's not someone who's small because everybody has something that they bring to the table. And I think that it is extremely important that we have empathy and care for others. When someone else is suffering, we are suffering as well. The fourth point that I would like to highlight is to resist the downward pull of the group. Sometimes we are afraid to speak up. Just because a majority is saying something wrong doesn't mean that it's right. And sometimes we need to speak up. One of the things that we're seeing across the globe today is a rise in hate speech, in dehumanizing the other person. And it is quite unfortunate that those who are the silent majority who disagree fundamentally with this are not speaking up and fighting back against bigotry and prejudice. The other issue that I would like to talk about that we don't often talk about has to do with the issue of mental health. This is an elephant in the room, and depending on where you're coming from, depending on the circumstances of how you grew up, like someone like me who comes from a country that has seen civil war for a long time, the issue of mental health is often downplayed, but it is extremely important, because you may see someone wearing a suit and looking all normal, but who has actually had some trauma and that he takes into office or into his daily life. So I think that it's extremely important that we address mental health on the continent, because we are seeing some behavior which are clinical in nature, but because we don't always address this issue, so it's always not there. Last but not least, I would like to encourage everybody, to always meditate on our common mortality. The fact that we're all mortals, we're all we're all passengers on this earth, and COVID-19 has really reminded us that how fragile the human being is. And I think it is extremely important to think about it, not in terms of, oh, this is the end, but to think about it in terms of what is the best thing that I can do, what is the best time that I can use while on this earth to serve others. So I'll just limit myself here, Father, so that I can allow others to come in and to exchange questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Fred. What a powerful presentation you gave us there. I mean, you touched very important aspects of human life, education, to start with, education. Without education, we can't get it right. And, it's interesting how you put it, that education is not just limited to the classroom. It starts at the dinner table. It starts at home. When we form the human person in the environment, when we build real human character, then the society has the chance of getting things right. And looking at our mortality, the pandemic is already telling us that story, that we are mortals. We have a very short time here, and we can use the short time we have to build social cohesion using these important values. Once again, I thank you, Ambassador Ngoge. Dr. William Selebo, you are a researcher, you do a lot of work in Nigeria, and we are looking at building social cohesion through shared values. What's your take on the concept of shared values, from the work you've done as a researcher and through the lens of the Nigerian society?
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Kanis, and the organizers. I also want to recognize my fellow speakers. I'd like to begin from our understanding of the concept of identity. And it is part of how we can effectively deconstruct conflict, even if you get to do analysis. And I also like to let everybody know that every conflict has a history. And if we go back to history, we begin to question certain issues. Do we in Africa have an identity? And what happened at the point in time? How did colonialism affect our values? What are the morals now that we really have to think about in changing? Now, in talking about conflict is not necessarily bad as far as, even if it's an identity conflict. It has to do with building social cohesion through shared values, and we must take into consideration issues connected to solidarity, inclusiveness, and fairness in the society. Are we operating in a society, especially in Nigeria, where there's fairness, where everybody is included, where there's no if you look at the ethnic map of Nigeria, you have over more than 250 ethnic nationalities. And in this context, we look at so many things that are cropping up, especially now if you look at Kaduna, where you have religious conflicts. They are mostly tied to issues of separation, issues of non-inclusiveness, marginalization, religious issues that are complex in nature. These are things that we need to deal with. And when you talk about identity, you have to go back to the root causes and look at who we are and what separates us. What are we seeking? What are the issues involved? I want to clearly state that Nigeria is a very good case study in terms of when it comes to identity, conflicts, and values. What premium do we place on life? It's a very, very serious issue that we must begin to analyze in such conferences like this. Peace is not elusive in Nigeria. It is possible for us to have peace, but it means we have to engage in strategic dialogue. Dialogue is a process that should involve all, not just limited to the sector. We need to think in the civil society to begin to put in place solid framework for engagement with communities that are at risk, that have been devastated by either wars or whatever you call it, religious fires or whatever you call it. And we need to begin to address issues that are also causing these problems like stigmatization, stereotypes, exclusion. You know, the moment you are excluded, you have created a borderline, and it is going to be difficult to put that borderline. What makes people feel that they are more superior than others? These are issues that has to do with conflict analysis, and we must begin to do them as far as peace building concerns are concerned. Nigeria, for example, now I would like to state is relatively unstable. At the regional level, we have different forms of ethnic nationalities asking for separation. We have the IPOB, Independent Peoples of Biafra, asking for separation. Why are they doing that? What is insufficient? What are their needs? What is their manifesto? What is their agenda? We have the some call it bandits incursion in northeast and middle belt and west. Clashes between herders and farmers and the rest of them. We have insurgency in the northeast that talks about intractable conflicts relating to insurgency, especially in the three axes of Borno, Adamawa, and the rest of them. So these are very serious problems that will bring any nation down. And therefore, if it's not well managed through the process of engagement, conscious activities that brings all stakeholders, we also need to look at the theory of change. What we want to do, we want to transform the actors. It's not just enough to say that these sentences have been de-radicalized and reintegrated into the society. I see that as not to please and mention as a witness because it causes grievous harms and destruction to the society, and therefore they don't need to be. It takes a long time for restitution. It takes a long time for people to forget, and we need to put structures to build peace in this ravaged community. Social cohesion, again, will come in. We have to look at the values. We have to look at the needs. We need to do a need assessment of the various communities. What are their grievances? We discuss with them effectively. And if not, I am not advocating, I'm not an advocate of secession or separation. It is still possible for Nigeria to be a local project as far as the conflict is concerned. We could still do this country and make it a very, very viable entity that will be a payload for the development of Africa. I think if we begin to do that and place all other things, values are during colonial reigns, we need to engage with the traditional institutions and begin to look at other structures that can revive. Nigeria will be a better place to live. It's going to be a driving force for African development. I think That's just my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Willie Eselebo. You have given us a lot to digest here. The idea of dialogue you mentioned, I think it's very important. The dialogue that respects the other, and that approach can help us to walk away from what you called identity superiority. You know, it is not good to look at one identity as superior to the other. When we're able to do that and use our shared values to deal with the needs of people, that we can start walking the path of social cohesion. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll come back to you later. Dr. Mr. Leban Cheriot, you are an expert in the area of human rights. And when we talk about shared values, we are also talking about human rights. From the work you have done, how do you help us understand the solution to social cohesion we are dealing with in different parts of Africa today? How can we build this social cohesion using our shared values, which is part of what structures human rights?
Thank you very much, Reverend. And I also wish to acknowledge fellow panelists. You have started very well by, alluding to the fact that I work in the human rights field. And I would like to begin by, beginning with the shared identity that all humans do share. And that takes me back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 1, in which all humans are born free and equal in dignity and rights. And therefore that presents a very level playing field in which all humans are born and share the aspect of equality and the aspect of freedom amongst themselves. Again, looking at the same Universal Declaration, it actually presents that every human being is entitled to these rights and without distinction of any kind. And I think the aspect which you can categorize as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national origin, social origin, property, birth, and other status. And therefore, having said that, then this presents us then as the human family with, varied levels of, discrimination, distinctions that ends up then having the us versus them. When one party or one individual decides to alienate another on the basis of race, on the basis of color, on the basis of sex or sexual orientation, on the basis of language or religion. And therefore, that then presents, when people depart from the provisions of, the UDHR of 1948 and start alienating other actors, then we end up then with a society that is not cohesive. We use those values or those distinctions to be able to put other people outside of the mainstream, and in the process we end up having conflicts in the world. We end up having conflicts within the various nations. And I would also like to, and I'm sure we are all aware of some of the problems that we've had over time, in which many individuals had tried to brand another group of people to be different from them. And in that case, therefore, we again have the us versus them that normally brings in a lot of tension and is anti-cohesion, if you like. There are universal principles of human rights, which I'm sure we are all aware of. And if we can be able to stick to that, then I'm sure we are going to bring about a more cohesive world in which everyone is entitled to their different orientation, their different upbringing, and what have you. Of course, the universal principles of universality, that the human rights are universal across the whole entire human family, that they are indivisible, that they are inalienable, interdependent, and interrelated, in the sense that you cannot deny certain members of your population certain rights and expect to have a cohesive society going forward. I'm sure we are all aware of the challenges that we've had in the past regarding, us versus them identities. One of them, for instance, and I'm sure we are all aware of, is the Holocaust of 1941 to 1945, in which some members of the society were regarded as subhumans. I would just like to mention the 3 or 4 incidents. The other one is the 1994 genocide that occurred in Rwanda, in which a group of people were referred to as cockroaches. And that way, then you alienate them from the rest of the society. And in the process, excuse me, and in the process, therefore, bring about conflict between the human family. In Kenya, for instance, in the 1990s, we had the infamous tribal clashes, in which some members of communities who settled outside probably what is traditionally referred to as their traditional homestead and moved out of to other provinces were referred to as weeds. And as a result, we had the tribal clashes of the 90s in Kenya. And lastly, in Kenya, as most of us can recall, also in 2008, 2007, we had the post-election violence following the elections that were held in Kenya in that year. And again, it was us versus them, in the sense that one community was isolated against the rest of the country. Now, having said the problems and the challenges that we have encountered, allow me then, Mr. Chairman, to now present what, from the human rights perspective, we consider a solution to build cohesion and bring about social justice and bring about, shared values among the human family. And from my standpoint, Mr. Chairman and fellow panelists, the human rights-based approach, the principles of the human rights-based approach comes in handy. And for me, that's how we would prescribe, so to speak, that through this forum of the Global Peace Leadership Conference, that if we can be able to encourage, if we can be able to reach out to all cadres of leaders, be they political leaders, be they business leaders, to be able to adhere to the principles of the human rights-based approach. Allow me then to just enunciate the 7 principles of the human rights-based approach and how, from where we stand, they could be used to bring about a cohesive society. The first principle is participation. Participation in the sense that when in various leadership positions that we have, if we are able to involve everybody on matters affecting them, then we are going to bring about equal and meaningful participation. And therefore, we are going to bring about cohesion between the members of the society. And that way, then we are able to minimize the tensions and the conflicts. The other principle is accountability. If through the Global Peace Leadership Conference, we are able to ensure that we inbuild accountability as part, in order to be able to have leaders accountable for their actions and their omissions, then we are going to bring about a more cohesive society, because everybody is accountable for their actions. The other principle is non-discrimination, which again draws back to what I mentioned earlier on about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 1, that when we encourage non-discrimination in service provision, when you encourage non-discrimination in provision of development services and what have you, then we are going to bring about a more cohesive society, because we are not discriminating against any member of our society. And we are going to build some social cohesion. The other principle is principle number 4, which is transparency, in which we are saying that if in resource allocation within the nations, in various parts, geographical regions, in a country, for instance, we have counties. At the moment, we still have a stalemate on how to share resources in a transparent manner between the national government and the county governments. It's still a stalemate. I'm sure those of us who are aware from the news items. And therefore, transparency is a very important value. If we can be able to enhance it and have it anchored within the leadership, then we are going to increase and improve social cohesion. The last 3 principles are human dignity, in which we should be able to uphold human dignity at all times. A case in point, for instance, is now when the world is battling with the COVID-19 pandemic. one of the problems is that you realize that most of the security forces, especially in our country, and as a Human Rights Commission, we have been able to document some of the challenges that we've had, where the human dignity of people is being put aside in the name of enforcing the curfew, in the name of enforcing these stringent measures. But if you're able to ensure that you will respect human dignity, even in enforcing some of these curfews, even in ensuring, for instance, many women, and we have these statistics of the Commission, have had to deliver at home, and that led to maybe death of the child or death of the mother, because they would fear to venture out after 9 p.m. To be able to not to be able to come in contact with the policemen who are going to beat them up because they are out of time. And therefore, human dignity is very important. And the last two principles are empowerment, where we seek to find the root causes of the problem, so that we can be able to seek solutions that are long lasting. And that way, then, where there are tensions and between communities, for instance, in part of our country, in the northern part, where we have problems with pasture and water, and there are many communities that have been fighting over the same. It is important that in line with the human rights based approach principles, we ensure that we empower the communities with what are the root causes of the problems and seek to find solutions that are long lasting. And finally, Mr. Chairman, the rule of law is the seventh principle that I would like to highlight in this, where we should ensure that even as leaders of various categories, business leaders, political leaders, we should be able to adhere to the rule of law, so that we are able to build a more cohesive society, that everybody knows that whenever there is a problem, the law will arbitrate and we'll be able to have justice. And as a result of that, therefore, we're going to build a more cohesive society and a more peaceful society that has values and is able to gel and is peaceful for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chariot, for that inspiring presentation. You started by telling us that it's very important to respect and promote human dignity as the starting principle of every relationship and the life of the society. And this will lead to true participation, recognition of the other, and we have to find a way to respect the identity of the other person and not treat people based on social ascriptions like race or religion. This is very, very important, especially looking at the issues we deal with in different African communities today. And I think listening to you, I gather that this is possible in our local communities as a bottom-up approach that can connect different levels of leadership and governance in our various communities and nations. Thank you very much for that presentation. Canon Rosemary, I'm coming to you now as a religious leader. When we talk about values, shared values, we know very well that religious and wisdom traditions teach and promote shared values. As a religious leader who relates with people at different levels, what can we do to use these social shared values to build cohesion, based on your experiences and the work you do among the people as a faith leader? Canon Rosemary.
Thank you for the Canis. It is true that I am a faith leader, and speaking on behalf and in alignment with what faith leaders do, I begin by stating that faith leaders are open-hearted and big-hearted because they trust in God, who is unlimited in shepherding and stewarding people and relationships. And so they are represented
I think we lost Colonel Rosemary. Colonel Rosemary, are you there? Colonel Rosemary?
That is God of us as servants of God to advise whenever, wherever, and in whatever uncertainties that manifest. And circumstances are always there in society, particularly within the African continent, where we have a lot of uncertain situations that keep manifesting. And the religious leader comes in handy to take that position of neutrality and to maintain endurance in the midst of contradictory norms that are taken by different people groups, and speak in such a way that they can speak straight to the leadership, they can speak straight to different conduits of people groups that might be feeling like they are superior to the others, as has been a circumstance that we have had to face constantly, even within our own country in Kenya. So as a spiritual leader, we come in with practical love that impacts what is relevant and break through the barriers. And in breaking through those barriers, the key thing is that they become the national voice of reason by facilitating the voice of reason talks. And this has to be done, particularly like I have participated in the National Council of the Churches of Kenya, by persistence of statements of messages of oneness, messages of peaceful coexistence and cohesion that is needed in redemptive pressure. And that pressure is spoken, and also effort is made to address the leadership that is in office, to realize that everybody needs to be given space to live in and to be served by the leadership that is in office. And so what faith leaders do, and that is what I've been participating in, is to denounce the evils of the land or of the nation in any given time, that dissociate and move away and disregard certain community groups, and speak straight and indicate that we should be impartial and non-extreme as we address the systemic ills and warped value systems that are in the land. There are 4 particular points that I would want to bring in that are critical in the dialogue and the peace messages and their approaches that faith leaders need to run with. One is that life is precious. And so everybody should be got across to stand and pull together on the side of life, rallying people around the purpose of life and create thriving relationships that endear love for humanity, because that's what counts. And this must be continuous engagement so that you do not do it today and tomorrow you forget to keep the pace and the consistency, so that the faith leaders themselves are authentic in that position. Number 2 is to champion justice. People of faith have moral authority and their credibility is eroded. So they bear a soul and steer hope. And that is so critical in exposing injustice and social imbalances that are within the communities, whereby rule and order of all the citizens is not being kept at par. As faith leaders, we come on board to express profound solidarity in the struggle for sustainable justice and peace for all people, because it's important that all people are treated well and with care and with concern for all. Number 3 is good deeds in words as well as in actions that are carried out. Because when we think about actions that should be accompanied by what we say, so that we are not only telling people a lot of words and stories, but there are no deeds accompanying. It's important that there is a display of ethos of excellence in standards and intergenerational interplay with intents and purposes of including everyone for peaceful coexistence, because all should be invited to be nurtured, to be nourished, and to be loved. So the faith leaders come in here very critically to ensure there is a speaking of that advancing of common aspirations among the human family, holding the duty bearers to account while championing the leadership at various governance levels. And that means, as that happens, when the faith leaders take time to be with individual leaders at different governance level, they address the institutional and structural created gaps over the years that have happened. And the faith leaders' leadership themselves should model relationships in the way that they mentor within their own intra-faith communities and interfaith communities, because that is also important. The dialogue that happens between the interfaith communities should be what becomes a basis of an example and model that the rest of the people in the society can emulate and follow after. So the faith leaders engage openness, collaboration, and team play in their advocacy with the intention of creating conducive environments where all people are included to advance peace. It also means raising the voices of the communities that are made vulnerable, those who are marginalized, those who are displaced due to war, those who are experiencing famine and economic and ecological collapse, and who are living in very precarious conditions. The faith leaders, and that has been our responsibility in my leadership at the church that I serve in, as well as in the National Council and in the Interfaith Council that I'm a part of, to keep speaking to the embodying of everyone to come around the table and be considered in the services that are rendered. And lastly, is to, and it could have even been my first point, is to speak heavily about the common heritage and dreams for a prosperous future. Every person that is born and given space in life has also a span of life. And it is the joy and the desire of every human person to have their life not only protected, but also given the environment to bring out in service that which is their potential, their capacity, and their inherent good in serving the rest of humanity. And so it is important that the faith leaders, and that's what we try to do all the time, draw the input of all people to be brought to circles of care, enfolding everyone within the circles of care. And that means appreciating every human individual, every environment, and every culture has capital. There is capital that needs to be tapped in so that every person is brought to the decision-making for safe delivery of the services to humanity in the land. And that brings about the services of the resource, sharing of the resources that are given, but also seeing the human person and their geographical terrain and their time as part of the resources that a society and a community has for bringing about the crucial abundance of life, and that service that should be done. And this becomes very helpful when everybody is brought along to play their role. And in conclusion, therefore, I would want to say that it is a duty of faith leaders to ascertain the communities are equally enabled to benefit from the wealth created by given individual, given environs, or even by the particular gifts and potential that is enlisted within a community people group or within individual selves. And that brings about the opportunity to converse and share in dialogue, in engagement, in participation, and making sure across the divide, there is that commitment to common cause to solve problems together. And meaning also addressing extremist ideals, even within faith groups themselves, because Faith groups can also have extreme ideals that exclude and condemn others. And it's important that everybody is around their space and their time. And that also means supporting trade and investment and speaking against sectarial differences that do not embrace the entire human family as interfaith and in partnership with other players such as the private sector. And we have done that in our dialogue forum where we bring the private sector, we bring
I'm right there.
all the groups, and we are able to share together. Thank you.
Thank you, Canon Rosemary. The moral authority of religious leaders and the role they can play in our communities cannot be overemphasized. And as you pointed out, God is our common heritage, and everyone is equal before God. That equality, according to you, it's an important starting point in building social cohesion, where every member of the society is allowed that common space. The concept of common space is very important because we have a common heritage. It is within the context of the common space that we can pursue justice, we can promote human dignity, and we can also attend to the needs of the most vulnerable members of the society. But as you noted, religious leaders owe the society that important responsibility of speaking truth to power. Without the prophetic voice of religious leaders and communities, we may get a lot of things wrong. Once again, I sincerely thank you, Canon Rosemary, for that presentation. I'll now turn to Rana Taha. Rana, you specialize in peace and development, and these two are closely related. Some scholars and experts say, without peace, there's no development. Without development, there is no peace. And it's important to recognize how these two can help build social cohesion. So I respectfully ask you to help us understand how our shared values can help us reach the goals of peace and development.
Thank you very much, Reverend, and good afternoon to you, to my fellow panelists, and to all of the participants. I want to start actually by referring to a survey in 2014 in Denmark. They conducted a big study on the relationship between the commitment of communities to values and the relationship between that and building trust and solidarity within the society, which is the basic definition of social cohesion. The short of it, the result of the study came out to tell us that basically the shared values were actually did not affect so much the trust and solidarity between communities, but they interacted with other factors. So people were looking at how shared values interact with inequalities, with access to justice, issues like that. So from there, I want to leave this example that tells us basically that shared values are not the only factor. They are a constant factor that's there. I want to jump to another example because I know we have a lot of students, a lot of teachers, educators, and we're all interested in this theme of cross-cutting theme between peace building and education. And in a classroom setting, we all have been students, and some of us are still students. We go to the classroom and we all share certain values between us and the teachers of the schools and even the parents. And these shared values, you know, you can imagine what they are, from we're all going to be educated, and if we're educated and we work hard, we're going to succeed in society and contribute positively. And the shared values include respect for students, classroom, school, etc., etc. So we all go to the classroom with this understanding. But this is not the only thing within the classroom that brings cohesion to the classroom. We all, as students, know that very, very well. What brings harmony and cohesion to a classroom is a number of different factors. The first one is actually subscribing to these values, that all of us subscribe, understand it, and respect it. That's the first one. And the second one that also is related to this is that we all come together and we're trusting that this is a fair and equal environment, that we have an equal playing field within the classroom. If I'm told I work hard and I will succeed, I will ask myself what went wrong if I worked so hard and I didn't succeed. So this is the second issue. The third issue that I think is very, very important to remember, that if someone breaks the rules, tries to be naughty, or does something that's really not very pleasant in the classroom, we have someone stopping them, right? Like we have rules and regulations within the classroom, and the teacher will say something. If it escalates, it will go to the headmaster, etc., etc. The fourth thing is that amongst us as students, if one of the students does something to bully one another, we're not going to wait for the teacher to do something. That there's this silent expectation that someone will stand up for me if I'm bullied. I'm not going to be there alone, humiliated. So there is this silent expectation, and these are all of the things, the factors that bring a little bit of cohesion. The last one that I want to bring about in this discussion is that if one of us as students don't do well in the classrooms, we are hoping that either the teacher, the classmates, the parents, the school, someone will interfere and will try to help us, will try to talk to us, ask us, why aren't you doing so well? What is preventing this success in the classroom? So basically, like just drawing the analogies and bringing all of this to conclusion, and on my view, is that shared values are the absolute basic glue that brings us together as society, and the most important prerequisite for us to have social cohesion. Without that, we cannot have social cohesion. Having said that, I want to say that shared values alone are not a guarantee to give us social cohesion either. And with that, I want to bring us all to remember what my colleagues have very eloquently spoke about from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, reminder of the values of the UN Charter. Especially, you know, many people will say, but why are we talking about that? We're all humans, we all believe in the same things. Actually, in a highly polarized world that we live in today, in the world that has global conflicts, conflicts of inequalities, political polarization over the international system, the multilateral system, the attacks on all of these aspects, it becomes even more important for all of us within the education, within international organizations, civil societies, faith organizations, to reconfirm our commitment to the shared values that we have. I want, before stopping, I want to add the last bit, because I said it is shared values are the glue that brings us together, but it's without other ingredients, it's not enough to bring in social cohesion. And these ones, and drawing the analogy from the classrooms, are the ones that include trusting society and trusting the systems within the society, that there is a fair and just system that's ongoing. The rule of law, which is extremely linked to the equal application of rule of law, is also very, very important. Reducing inequalities. So the student who's not doing very well, we want to know that someone is going to care enough to interfere and do something about the reduction of inequalities within the society. And the last and most important message I want to leave, which is one of the most important ingredients in my view, and it's an empowering message that I leave with all of my participants today, is that solidarity. Solidarity is an extremely important ingredient of social cohesion. Without it, without us standing up to the bully, when one of my students is bullied, it's not going, neither rule of law is enough, nor the application of the equal application of law, nor the shared values are enough. And this is a very practical way for all of us to take home, a message to take home, is let's all reconfirm our shared values, our commitment to these shared values that have been stated in the UN Charter and in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let's all remember the importance of solidarity, because it's in our hand. It's not in the hand of somebody else who's applying the law or not applying the law. Being there for one another, these are the ingredients that will also bring us social cohesion. Thank you so much, Reverend. Thank you also Global Peace for organizing this excellent conference that brings us together on this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Rana. I think every one of us will remember this classroom framework. It is great. It's a framework that can help us in different ways to apply this concept of social cohesion modeled around our shared values. And as you rightly pointed out, there has to be consensus. It's very important. Consensus around the shared values. If we don't agree, if we don't recognize what these shared values are and how we all can use them, it makes things a bit difficult. And then your idea of solidarity, it's very important as well, that if we must use these social shared values, we have to respect one another. We have to work together. We have to promote equality and fairness. And with these tools, we can build sustainable peace and development. Once again, thank you, Rana. I will now move to Dr. Pauline Lang. You are a social activist with other portfolios. And if you ask me, I would say that the human society is your constituent. What it means is that as a social activist, you are everywhere. You work for everybody. So from that lens, help us appreciate our shared values as tool for social cohesion. Dr. Lang? I think we lost Dr. Lang. Dr. Pauline, are you there? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend, and thank you everyone in the panel and the speakers. Thank you for inviting me to this worthy panel. The subject we are on today is very important, especially during these times of the pandemic. And I think community cohesion, it's about diversity, it's about inclusion, it's about caring for others, respecting everyone regardless of their race, religion, gender, their social status, amongst any other things. It's about, putting human love at the top of the agenda. And in the face of the pandemic, more than ever, I think that we all as individuals and collectively have a hugely important role in promoting the cohesion and putting human love at the table, where we look at the role of the private sector, roles of governments, churches, religion. I mean, what are their roles in ensuring that nobody is left behind? So I think that they ought to be a renewed focus on cohesion. There ought to be a new focus on how we treat each other, a renewed focus on how we serve one another, a renewed focus on how we give access to everybody, and just to ensure that absolutely no one is left behind, where we all collectively put livelihoods at the top of the agenda and put key strategies in areas such as public health, providing skills, tackling hate crime. I mean, we can see what happened all over the world with regards to Black Lives Matter. Again, when communities come together, things like hate, are done away with. Tackling all forms of abuse, be it sexual abuse, domestic abuse, abuse at work. These are things that we now need to put at the top of the agenda. Marginalization of women and girls. I mean, in 2020, it's hard to believe that there are girls in villages that cannot afford sanitary pads. And if they cannot afford sanitary pads, they cannot attend school, which means they're missing out on education. So again, with human love, we can all ensure that they're not left behind. We can all ensure that there's a reduction in youth unemployment, there's access to free education, and right now, access to online free education. So I think that these issues should not be a luxury. They should not be provided on basis of merit. They're part and parcel of human rights. And if we like human love, which is the phrase that I like to use, human love. So we, more than ever, we are together in this to bring all these barriers down. Now, the socio-economic exclusion, where communities are deprived from some of the most important aspects of life, such as access to education. It begins with that. When you think that, education is something that should be viewed as a luxury, then I think that there is an issue there. So I think that there are indicators that help cohesion become successful. And number one, I think one of the indicators should be charities, humanitarians, and philanthropists collaborating for a common goal to serve humanity unconditionally with love. And then when we come to private sectors, to increase their levels of social corporate responsibilities, give back to communities as much as they can. We also need to encourage culture and identity in institutions, from school to the workplace and the streets. And then we come to government and political leaders should view civilians as human beings beyond just the voters every year. There should be a continuous valuable engagement between both parties that bring growth and human dignity that everyone deserves. And to sum it all up, I think we're in a world now that we are forced to become interdependent. The pandemic has not just affected myself and many others in UK and Europe. It's affected everybody all over the world. So we see all the issues affecting us as common issues. So it's important that we come together as human beings with human love to touch lives from any part of the world. And as Reverend said earlier on, that I'm everywhere. It is true, I'm everywhere. I run the charity, the Falling Long Entrepreneurship Foundation, which is currently in 6 countries. I'm a Kenyan, but I believe in, remove the boundaries of where I am from. There's somebody in India that needs my voice. There's somebody in Mexico that needs my voice. Somebody in Tanzania that needs my voice. So I think this is the right time that we have to enhance and increase our levels for love for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pauline. Your presentation is very inspiring, especially looking at the way you use the trait of our diversity as our strength. When we talk about identity, us versus them, the common understanding is that we tie ourselves to our narrow identity. But according to you, these identities and diversity should be our strength. And I totally agree with you that if we're able to use that as a foundation for social cohesion, we'll be able to care for one another to enter what some scholars call the humanity of the other and give everybody access to the life of the community. Access to the life of the community. It's very, very imperative. And that will help us understand what's coming together against any type of hate or discrimination looks like. I also thank you for mentioning the pain of young girls as serious gender issue in our society. We cannot talk about social cohesion using our shared values when a group is neglected in different ways. It's important for us to recognize that you cannot have any society without these young girls who are going to be mothers tomorrow. And we cannot afford to diminish their dignity. Thank you very much, Dr. Pauline. We're going to start the questions and answers now. A very important aspect of this discussion. We have hundreds of questions. It shows how much you have touched people within this 1 hour. The number of questions that came in and the charts we are seeing all show that people are interested in peace building, in social cohesion, and using our shared values as tools. I would like to start with you. Meanwhile, please, you have 2 minutes to address every question because of time. Just 2 minutes. Do your best to address the question within 2 minutes because you will have time for your final comment. So I'm coming back to you, Ambassador Fred Ngoga. Ambassador, are you there? Ambassador Ngoga, are you there? Okay. Let me take it to you, Mr. Chariot. Mr. Chariot?
Yes.
Are you
I'm
there?
here.
Oh,
Yes, I'm
good.
here.
You know, you are a specialist in human rights again. In after-trap, economic exclusion and shrinking resources have often been seen as triggers of conflict in our various communities. How do you think our shared values can help us address these issues from the lens of human rights?
Thank you very much, Reverend, for the question. Yes, it is true, as you put it, that some of the conflicts are triggered by economic competition for economic resources, which are scarce as a matter of fact. But to be able then to build cohesion even in the face of little resources that are not enough for everyone, is when these resources are equitably distributed in a way that, once the resources are accessed in a way that are equitable for all players, then we are going to build that cohesion. I also tend to think that apart from equitable resource distribution, it is very important that once we have, the signs of conflict, conflict, doesn't just manifest. There are those, the signs that already begin to manifest, tensions beginning to build up. I think it is important that to involve the very communities in a dialogue in a way that they are going to find long-lasting solution to their conflict, by appealing to the humanity, by appealing to their solidarity, and that the problem of the conflict that is before them will be solved by themselves, as opposed to, for instance, where we've seen in some parts of our country, for instance, where we have had a resource-based conflict between pastoral communities, when the state operators are deployed to go and forcefully disarm, it usually yields a short-term solution. But I think to be able to provide a longer-term solution is to involve the very communities in a form of dialogue, using their leadership, appealing to their cultural, uniqueness, to be able then to build a long-lasting, cohesive peace, as opposed to parachuting, a solution from outside and trying to impose and force it on them, because you'll only achieve a short-term solution, and again they go back to the violence and the conflict that has been there. So I think having sure that you involve the communities at the beginning, they participate in finding the solution, because they are the ones who will, if they don't own that solution, then they will be able to go back to their conflict situation again and again, by appealing to themselves, to the humanity, to that solidarity between the human beings of the two communities, so that you can have a long-lasting solution in a way that is acceptable. Because actually it is true, resources are always scarce, but to be able then to compete and to be able to share the said resources, it is important that the communities are involved from the word go, and that they are the ones who will be responsible for safeguarding the solutions that they'll have come up with. Because every conflict, the solution lies with the people themselves.
Thank you very much. Community ownership and participation as